What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me, but I just got home off of an early morning flight, right? First thing through the door, I want to see my family. I love my family. You know, I'm a family man. I'm an advocate for families, right? Second thing, I got to get that hot shower because I got to throw the threads on. The threads make me feel like $1,000,000, but the third thing through my mind and all throughout the trip is that I gotta have that Teej pack. Teej makes my life uncomplicated. It's uncomplicated skincare for men. The first way that I started specifically was their level 1 system. It's a daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and grime on your skin. 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells. An AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. Here's the thing. My favorite part about Teej Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really making the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin for men uncomplicated. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off the retail price, the ability to customize your box, exclusive monthly deals, you can pause and cancel at any time, and you get free shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers an amazing deal, right? Just click the first link in the description and you get 30% off your first box, plus a free gift. It's an amazing deal. You got to get started today. You're not out here trying to look like a Dusty. And if you travel as much as I do, which I'm sure most people don't, but you know me, I'm pushing my bag chasers in order to be in the top 5%, top 10%, top 1%. We got to make our lives uncomplicated, and Teej Hanley is no better product. You got to look good. You got to smell good. And you can't be looking like a Dusty. Make sure you get started today. Click the link in the description. Get that Teej pack. Feel the Teej, my friends. What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me. It is Friday, December 15th, 2023, year of our Lord, and I am excited to be coming before you today. I got a great action-packed show lined up for you guys, and I'm looking forward to dropping a link in the chat for you guys to ask any questions that you may want to ask. You do not have to cam up, but I will be dropping a link in the chat towards the end of the show. With that being said, I'm going to try to power through the show that I have planned for you guys because I want to give you ample time to be able to get off any questions that you may have, comments, concerns, or disagreements. Every Friday, pretty much every Friday, I make it available for you guys to be able to come up, ask whatever it is that you want to ask me, hold me accountable, because I am transparent and I am open to the possibility that I'm wrong, in addition to answering any general questions that you guys may have. All right, so first and foremost, I want to give a shout out to Teej Hanley, 30% off the first order plus a free gift. Also, on top of that, make sure you tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. But before we get started with the show, let me get a general sentiment of how y'all feeling on this Friday. Y'all feel good? Y'all feel tired? What's your general sentiment this Friday? Let me go ahead and read a couple of super chat and a cash app. I want to give an acknowledgement to my dog, Mike That Dude, in the building. Shout out to Mike That Dude. I appreciate you, big dog. And then in addition to that, Brittany B in the building says, happy Friday, no bag fumbling today. And you know I had to hit you with that first pre-show super chat. Love you, Tom. Love you too, Britt. Thank you, my love. Thank you. I'm always super appreciative. Nola Grillin is in the building also. Nola Grillin says, I'm back showing love. Hashtag to the bag chasers. Shout out to Nola Grillin with the 10 ball. I appreciate you, Nola Grillin. Let me see how y'all feeling inside of the chat today. Let me see what the sentiment is. Super headache. You sound muffed up. No, I'm 100% good. I feel great. I feel incredible. Fan, I went to bed at like 9 o'clock yesterday. Boy, I'll get into that in a minute. Happy, favored, fantastic, confused, great, high spirits despite my hand and arm. Oh, I hope you feel better. Feel great. Got a big decision to make and I need your help on. Tired, but we out here. Shout out to my dog Ash. Ash is in the building. Ash said he's focused. Coach Ralph says great. My mic sounds funny. Check 1, check 2. Do it really? Oh man, hopefully it gets better. Great sleep pattern back on track. Blessed, abundant mindset, persevering, no grilling. Ambitious, sensational, feeling good and blessed. Undisturbed, disappointed. What you disappointed at? Bored, amazing. Holding strong for the Friday. I feel great, AD. I'm feeling the show. First time catching it live. Welcome, Derek. You're in for a treat. You in for a treat because there's a lot of people running in the Victim Olympics. Waiting, grateful. I'm feeling non-child supported. Still celebrating. Congratulations. Shout out and happy birthday to my dog, Kojak. Feeling warm in the winter. Good morning, Anton. What up, Vanessa? What up, what up, what up? Blessed. Really painful. Markets is up. Fit. Honestly, feeling pressured. Shout out to my dog, Brock. We're going to have to fix that, big dog. Godly, Dusty. Uh, Data point number. I'm here. Thanks, my guy. Great, blessed, busy, rich, grinding, all of that. P. Shank says, good morning, Anton. Do you do coaching calls without being a bag chaser? I do. Coaching is not Love C says driven. Coaching is not dependent on whether or not you do it. You're a bag chaser or not. So if you on a list, you on the list, right? Self-made B says, would you ever interview on the Breakfast Club? For what? I mean, I don't see why not, but I don't see why I would be pining for an interview. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't go out and I don't seek out to kick it with people. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm my own person, I'm my own entity. Okay, let me revise that. I feel like people should be trying to interview with me, not the other way around. You know, when you operate in an abundance mindset, and it's nothing wrong with collaborating and interviewing and all of that other type of stuff for everybody else. But my mindset has always been to get on my own and then create the demand for myself. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't need to go out and try to promote products on everybody else's platform. My goal has always been to create the platform for myself to where I don't have to worry about what everybody else is talking about. And so I've always operated in abundance. I've always operated based off of getting it out the mud myself. I don't need no investors. I always was like, yo, I'm going to just build my own restaurant. I don't need no loans. I'm going to do whatever it is that I want to do on my own. And I'm going to get into that today, right? Because it's a great question, especially considering that we got black culture that's mad at Navy Federal and all of the banking systems. So I'm going to break that down. I'm going to have that conversation. We got the diversity, equity, and inclusion woman. We going to get into all of that. But I've always had the mindset that um, I don't care about what everybody else is doing. I'm not interested in trying to be a part of the N Club. I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday that I was coaching, and they was talking about, fraternities and all of this other type of stuff. And I understand the networking opportunity and stuff like that. But I've never been one to feel like I need anybody when I got my own two hands, my own feet. I'm in my right mind. I have the ability the same 24 hours as you do. And so I don't feel like I need nobody. If I want to, I'll just go out there and create the opportunity for myself. So I'm just different. I'm different. I'm genuinely different, and I move different, and I don't feel like I need anybody. But collabs are cool, collabs, but it has to be a mutual interest. And again, you got to create the demand for yourself before you go out asking anybody else for favors. You know what I'm saying? But we'll get into that. We'll get into that. I love it. I love the questions. My dog Chris J is in the building. Says, "Good morning, Chasers. Catch the replay. I wanted to make a donation, chaperone to my son's field trip. Pray for." I'm gonna get into that too. Man, y'all are hitting it all. It's like we all in sync. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon for all of the chasers. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. All right, let's get into the show because I got some thoughts that I want to get off, and then I want to be able to drop the link in the chat for y'all to be able to kick it with me. You know what we do in the morning. In the beginning, first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get into quick hits. Quick hits is a segment of the show that we don't necessarily think that it deserves an entire segment dedicated to it, but we do want to make sure that we keep y'all informed on what's going on out in these streets. First things first with quick hits. General Motors is laying off 1,300 people. Shout out to the UAW.
More layoffs coming to General Motors, the automaker announcing that the cuts will be coming early next year and impact around 1,300 workers in total in the state of Michigan. This coming just one day after the company cut 24% of its cruise division. Now, these layoffs that are being announced today, not necessarily a huge surprise. It's also important to point out that this also follows just about a month after the company reached that massive deal with the UAW. But when it comes to these two plans, Brad, and the employees that are going to be affected. The one plant, the Lake Orion plant, manufactures a Chevy Bolt, which is going to stop production here by the end of the year. That plant is going to be idle as they look ahead to try to transition it to prepare it for producing electric pickup trucks here in the future. So a number of these workers, unfortunately, being laid off as a result of that.
Yeah, one of the huge things that we were tracking, especially coming off of the negotiations with the UAW.
Hold on, wait a minute. What is all up with all of this extra that's going on with the guys, and where your stash at, man? I wouldn't even have noticed what was going on with you, and I wouldn't even have paid attention to the turtleneck and all of that stuff, which ain't nothing wrong with turtlenecks. But the first thing that I have to ask is, where your stash at, bro? What's up? We don't believe in stashes no more out here in these streets? Black men don't wear stashes no more? Y'all don't want to be trustworthy? Let me hear what he got to say.
Was how the automakers would look across the total headcount that they had at many of these factories and try to understand, okay, for a lot of the initiatives that we've set forth, whether that be in autonomous driving, of course, a far off goal that many of the automakers have discussed, and some of them rolled out in some facet or another, whether that be electric vehicles, where they've set multi-year targets and unfortunately been met with a market demand profile that's been vastly different, perhaps early innings, than what they anticipated, and needing to make sure that they're securing margins for right now.
So I can't take no more of the stash. You can't put as much effort into your S curl, but less effort into your face, man. So, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the super chats. I'm gonna be reading those shortly. But they decided to lay off 1,300 workers, in which, according to the WARN notices, the company basically filed with the state regulators, and they're saying that the job cuts is basically gonna be at GM's Orion Assembly and Lansing Grand River Assembly Plant, which will take place in the new year, and come after the automaker said in October that it will be delaying electric pickup truck production into 2025. Also said that it's basically going to affect 945 employees at GM's Orion plant, and 369 employees will be cut from the Lansing Assembly Plant. And this is right after the agreement with the UAW, which I'm sure that the UAW is not necessarily going to speak to or address this, considering that they're trying to unionize non-U.S. auto workers now. And they're saying that hopefully they can come up with some kind of opportunity to replace and get these other members back into other positions. But if you know anything about what's been going on with auto layoffs, and obviously I'm familiar with it because I'm from Detroit, and a lot of the industries that I used to be dependent upon in order to be successful was automotive related, especially when I went through the recession in 2008. A lot of these people, even if they do get another job offer, they'll have to relocate. They'll have to go to and it's all based off of seniority. It's not based off of work ethic. It's based off of how long you've been with the company. If you're a temporary worker, sucks for you, all of this type of stuff, right? So it's a lot that happens in between the scenes more than just the layoffs. And when you think about a lot of these negotiations and things that happen, when they push out a product out to 2025 because they don't have the budget to continue to put in the research and development, or they going across different plants or across the company in general and trying to figure out where they can make cuts, because they still have to deliver on results and keep the stock price inflated, and also make sure that they're doing the things that's in the best order of the shareholders, because the shareholders are the owners of the company, right? Then you realize that, man, this is far reaching, bigger impact, other industries, and it's not just the workers that work for, GM also that's impacted. It's also the industries, the people, the products, the suppliers, different people that depend on a lot of these companies to succeed, that then impact your overall view of how it is that you're really operating from a business perspective. So these layoffs are not just layoffs in a silo. There's so many other things that go on that's not nationally recognized, or it's not promoted on these sites, or it's not acknowledged, that is affecting the industry as a whole. And it's devastating. It's devastating to even hear that you'll possibly have to be relocated or laid off right after the new year and right after the holiday. So it's pretty crazy. But in addition to that, also on top of that, quick hits, Tesla released its second generation robot. It's called Optimus 2. Let me give you a little bit of a hint of what's going on there. This was Gen 1. And now they're releasing Gen 2. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and mute that also. But as they're showing you the different capabilities of the robot itself, I'll give you guys a little bit of insight into exactly what it does. So Optimus 2 or Optimus Gen 2 is a new generation of its humanoid robot that should be able to take over repetitive tasks for humans, right? And then you combine this over with AI, Neuralink, and then you can see where this is going, right? But Optimus, also known as a Tesla bot, has not been taken seriously by many outside of more than hardcore Tesla fans up until now. When it was first released, it was a half-baked idea, according to the pundits, from CEO Elon Musk, with a dancer disguised as a robot for visual aids. And they said that it was less impressive. But now it's a completely different animal. And basically they released a new update on the Optimus program, and they plowing a bunch of money into it. And it's a much more refined robot. They said that the robot is now available or able to walk 30% faster. It also claims that it's got a weight reduction. It can perform squats, balance in itself. It could, handle eggs, all of that type of stuff. And they said that it need to be strong enough to be able to support weights, yet be precise enough to handle delicate objects. So, it looks like it's a really, really big upgrade. And the company said that it plans to start using a robot. Hold on, let me get this off of the screen. Give me a second. And the company says that it plans to start using the robot in its own manufacturing operations. So once it proves its usefulness, Tesla plans to start selling the robot and using the robot in its own manufacturing. So what Elon Musk is doing is getting ahead of what it is that they see happening, not only within society, because if you pay attention to Tesla and you listen to the earnings calls and you see what's going on in the industry and you see what's happening with the UAW, what Elon Musk has always said is that he needs more workers, right? And one of the biggest problems within society is that they're not having enough babies. Well, we can get into all of the dynamics of the cost of raising a child and inflation and being responsible and everything like that. But another thing that he's been complaining about lately is the possibility of Tesla being unionized, and American workers and workers across the board and needing people that then prevent them from continuing to be innovative, because you have to deal with the politics that go along with it, right? And so one of the goals of the Tesla bot, as they continue to innovate, is not only sell it to the general public in order to continue to profit and then make money, especially with regard to the services and the subscriptions division, right? Because that's the way you continue to generate revenue, but also to replace humans on the line in order for them to be able to do some of the tasks that they don't have to worry about getting unionized for, right? So when you're looking to invest in a company, not only do you want to understand the company, but you want to understand the type of company that it is. Tesla, more than an automaker, is a technology company. And their goal is to sell products on a reoccurring basis while also eliminating the costs, the waste, and also making sure that they innovate it to where you don't need as many people to do the same tasks that you can then put research and development in, and then they don't have to worry about calling off every day. So when you see them plowing this much money into it, you got to start thinking differently about what the goal is for this Tesla bot. It's not just to innovate to eliminate humans, but it's also to innovate to eliminate humans, if you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So that also, and then last but not least, in addition to that, Tyreek Hill. So this news is just breaking, and this was just sent to me in my email. But Tyreek Hill, who, according to reports, is a newly married Tyreek Hill, has been slapped with not one, but two paternity suits demanding child support. The reports say that the Miami Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill is facing not one, but two paternity suits from two different women, both demanding child support. And according to the legal documents, both women are claiming that the football star, who was on track to break NFL records this year, both on and off the field, right, is the father of their children. The filings claim that both children was born this year, the same year that he married his longtime fiance. They say that the wide receiver is reportedly paying each woman $2,500 a month. However, both women claim that it is woefully inadequate. And considering his insane $30 million salary, they want more. The first woman's name is Brittany Lacker. What's up with all of these Britneys? The first woman's name is Brittany Lacker to file a case and actually came forward in January claiming that she and the Miami Dolphins wide receiver had sex in Florida the prior year. Her petition was filed in Broward County, Florida, and claimed that the prenatal paternity test had shown that Hill was the father of her baby with greater than 99.9% probability. She then submitted the paperwork after her child, Soul, like music Soul Child, was born, claiming that Tyreek refused to pay $2,500 a month in child support unless a second DNA test was performed. Lackner is now claiming that the monthly $2,500 is woefully inadequate amount, considering the father is a member of the Miami Dolphins earning a salary of $30 million a year according to a 4-year contract. In stark contrast, the mother is unemployed, has no income, and is on Medicaid with no means of support. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is crazy. The second woman, whose name is Kimberly, came forward in May, claiming that a paternity test would prove that Tyreek was the father of her newborn daughter, Trey Love Hill. Aww. She stated that they hooked up in August 2022. In the filing, Baker also receiving $2,500 each month from Hill, but said that caring for their little girl was costing closer to $10,000 a month. Baker is also accusing Tyreek Hill of demonstrating utter and abject concern for their now 6-month-old baby girl. Oh, 6-month-old baby girl takes $10,000 a month. Hill currently pays $13,500 each month to support 3 kids he shares with his ex-partner, Crystal, and now may have to pay even more if the two new women win their lawsuits. He is also paying $31,000 a month in current household bills and mortgage payments on his more than $7 million home. Now think about this. He's paying a mortgage on a $7 million home and makes $30 million a year. You can't make this stuff up, bro. You cannot make this stuff up. No matter how much I teach, no matter how many examples that we see, no matter what happens out here in these streets, on a regular basis, there is always going to be mismanagement, and you can get as much money as you want, but it doesn't necessarily translate into being successful. But neither here nor there. I'm sure we'll be having more conversations about this in the future. And ladies and gentlemen, that was your quick hit. Good God almighty. Let me go ahead and read the super chats, and then we're going to get it popping with the show. Good grief. Rod Jones says unemployment is at 3.7% and the Fed rate is at 3.1. They're saying that they're going to start dropping rates starting next year. Thank you, Rod. I appreciate you for continuing to bring that to the forefront of the congregation. Brittany says, let me borrow something. I got an extra week off after the new year, so they laid us off too. Nah, that's only for a week. It ain't the same, Britt. You need to give me something. Rakeem Brown says, what up, though? He dropped that 2-ball inside of the collection plate. I appreciate you. Comeback 0520 says, advice on obtaining success with limited funding. Get your money up. You got to go to work, big dog. Ain't no limited funding. We got to go and get another job. Lower your lifestyle, go and get another job. Listen, there is no shortcut to success. It's doing the right thing long enough to actually get through wherever it is that you're trying to get to, and then enduring long enough, right? You got to lower your expenses, up the shovel that you're then grabbing the dirt with, plant your seeds, and then let those seeds continue to grow as you water the grass. Listen, you need more money. Sometimes the solution is to go and get a bigger bag, put down all of your vices, and most people that I also see, and this don't necessarily apply to you, but most people I also see, they have vices. They smoke. They got to, you know what I'm saying? They waste money in spaces that they're not supposed to waste it. So you got to get a bigger bag, bro. Preston Walker says, no bag fumbling on a Friday. Good morning to you all from to you. And the Idaho Chasers is in the building. Shout out to my dog, Preston Walker. I appreciate you, big bro. Rakeem Brown says, just paid off $28,000 in student loans. Give me a round of applause for the Chasers. Can I get a round of applause for the Chasers? Shout out to Rakeem Brown. I appreciate you and thank you for the 2-ball. Black Silver Chair says, no de-discipline. Vasectomies are with insurance. Facto. Shout out to Black Silver Chair. I appreciate you, big dog. All right, y'all ready to get into the show? Y'all ready to get into the show? It's gonna be I got a feeling it's gonna be a good show today. I got a feeling. All right, let's go ahead and get into the show. Well, before we get into the show, let me give you my thoughts on this. And again, make sure you tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned at the top of the chat. And also, Teach Hanley, 30% off your first order plus a free gift. Let me say this, right? I now see why women don't want to go out of town by themselves. Hear me out. Shout out to Colin. I'm definitely going to be reading the super chat shortly. I now see why women, they didn't even want men to work from home when they started working from home during the pandemic. They don't want you to work from home now. They want you to go out, have a good time, go out, bring home resources, and then come on back home at the end of the night and lay up with you. They do. Look, I'm not going for it anymore. And every time that my chick go out of town, and this is no indictment to her, and let me be very clear, and let me tell you why, because I have no problem with holding my chick accountable too. She'll tell you that I'll hold her accountable. This is not an indictment to her because she's not one of the women that's professing that life is more difficult as a result of being a mother or being a stay-at-home mother or any of that. She's advocating for it. She will tell you, hey, I live the soft life. I ain't got to worry about nothing. I get up when I want to. I do what I want to. I answer emails when I want to. So I'm going to remove her out of this conversation, but I have to use this as an example in order to emphasize my point, right? And she's down, having fun and birthday parties and visiting family and all of this other type of stuff. And so me and my daughter has been holding it down. And let me just say this. I do not in any way, shape, or form, and I always am reminded of this when we have to be a little bit separate and she goes out of town and I'm with my daughter, whatever. I don't feel sorry for none of y'all single mothers. Not one bit. I certainly don't feel sorry for stay-at-home mothers. Not one bit. And the other thing, this is the third point that I want to make before we get into the show. Why y'all want to be so independent? I'm just curious. When you don't have a man, you complain. When you do have a man, you complain. And I'm trying to figure out why y'all want to be so independent. Let me tell you something. Before 11 o'clock a.m. today, and this is on a regular basis, I had got up, did meetings, did a coaching call, prepared for the show, worked with my editors, tapped in with my overseas developers for the web development company, went out, scouted a property, made a phone call, bought a new car. Listen, I did. I bought a new Porsche, but I bought the new Cayenne. It's a new 2024 Cayenne. You guys will get the video. I'm recording the video. I'm going to release it to you guys, and I'm going to drop it on the Anton Daniels channel Got them red guts, that red interior. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So yes, I did buy a new Raptor Bronco, and then I just bought a new Porsche Cayenne truck. And I'm not getting rid of any of my cars, so I'm just buying it to add to the collection because it's a work truck and it's in my business name or whatever, right? But also bought a new truck, secured that by sending over the money to that so they can get it cleaned up and have it delivered to me. Took my daughter to school, which she drove, right? Took my daughter to school, went grocery shopping, made dinner, also picked up some Yes, I picked up cupcakes too. We're going to have cupcakes today. Yes, me and my daughter is also going to have some cupcakes today. Made dinner, right? Cleaned up the house, had the maintenance guy come in and check on the dryer to make sure that it was working properly. So he cleaned out the vents and did all of that. And my entire day is already set for, and I'm chilling. And I'm live streaming, and I had meetings at work where I had to make sure that everybody had all of their deliverables and the team was taking care of business. And so what I'm trying to understand is, what are y'all sitting here whining and complaining about? I don't understand. I made dinner. Like, why y'all acting like y'all got it hard? Why y'all acting like y'all doing something so special? Why y'all acting like y'all need to be paid $10,000 a month in alimony or child support in order for you to be able to do what you're supposed to do? I don't feel sorry for you. I don't feel sorry for you. We good. Like y'all not doing nothing any more special or unique. If you telling me that what you do is harder than what men do on a regular basis, especially the men that I know that's going out and taking care of business, you cap. You cap. You are absolutely, positively cap. I don't believe you. You need more people. I do not believe you. You need more people. Y'all ain't doing nothing special. Y'all not doing nothing all day. Listen, you can't tell me that you are grinding and getting it all day, or that you just so, oh my God, and all of this other type of stuff. Y'all live the soft life. Even if you are a single mother that is working, you live the soft life. I am not impressed by the fact that you are a single mother. You're going to have to come with something else now, because I see what it takes, and I know what it takes in order to be successful, while also being a present parent that is active in my daughter's life on a regular basis, and the entire time since she was a little teeny baby that was first born, all the way up into being almost 16 years old, about to have a birthday and get her license. I am not impressed. You're not going to sit here and tell me about how difficult it is. Oh my God, being a stay-at-home mother is such a difficult thing. When? Where? Y'all sit up, chill, drink wine, have a good time. Oh my God, but we got to prepare the children snacks. You're going to have to miss me with that one, homie. You got to miss me with that one. Listen, family, for these women, married, single, all across the board, for these women that is trying to convince you that they should not be working, I'm not going for it. Now, if she's doing something that adds value into the business or whatever, so on and so forth, or you want that autonomy for her to be able to move back and forth and take care of this or take care of the dog, then okay, cool, whatever. Do whatever it is that you feel like you need to do. If she's not working for you, whatever. But these women that's just sitting around doing nothing, she don't even work for you, you don't have no position, she not adding no value, and she ain't got no job, man, you better put that chick to work. She using you, fam. She using you. You're not going to sit here and tell me that it's cool. She's using you. I seen a video. Somebody sent me a video this morning in my email, and it was of Kirk Franklin, and he was talking to Shannon Sharp, and they were talking about paying for everything. And then you see these people talking about don't go 50-50 and all of that. If the kids are old enough to go to school full time, I'm not going for it. She's an unproductive woman. An unproductive woman if she is not in some way, shape, or form utilizing her time. And the only thing that she got to do is just go to the gym and come home. And some of y'all chicks don't even do that. No. No, I'm not going for it. You're not going to sit here and sell me. You're not. Nikki says that's your opinion. You have no clue. Sorry, you're wrong. How am I wrong? How am I wrong? What am I wrong about? You'll be more than welcome to be able to call in. You ain't even got to be on camera. All of the women that disagree with me, that's saying that I'm wrong, what do you mean? I've been doing it for the last 16 years with my daughter. I've been a present father, attended almost all of her stuff. I'm going to her event on Saturday. I make dinner, and I don't even have to. We could DoorDash. We could do Instacart and have the groceries delivered. I went to the grocery store today. Oh, you don't believe me? You don't believe me? You don't believe me? Yes, I went to the grocery store today. I was at Kroger just this morning. I was just at Kroger this morning. You're not gonna sit here and tell me about how hard it is. I'm not going for it. It's easy. It's very, very easy. Very, very easy. And I'm not gonna sit here and go for it. And y'all need to get out of y'all feelings. Get out of your feelings. Man up. Put your big girl panties on and gird up and get to work and take care of business. I'm not going for none of these social media posts where they keep telling you ain't a man if you don't pay 100% or you don't do all of this. Man, listen, y'all need to start vetting more effectively and stop letting them finesse you. Don't let a woman finesse you into thinking that you supposed to do more and make you overcompensate and take care of whatever it is that you need to take care of outside of what it is that she was already doing. If she's not able to take care of herself before you got there, you are not Superman. You are not meant to save them. They are a grown human being and they have rights and they advocated for it and they advocating against updating family court laws and they want to leverage all of this information and do what they want to do and say equal pay and all of this stuff. Let her be able to pull her own weight. It is not your responsibility to pull her weight. It's not. It's not. I'm telling you, it's not. And I've been married for 19 and a half years. 19 and a half years. Stop letting people tell you it's your responsibility to take care of another grown child. It's not. I'm not impressed. You're not going to sit here and tell me that, oh my God, it's so difficult or whatever. No. By the time that the whole house was done, I didn't have to live stream last night. I was in the bed before 9 p.m. last night. Because I said, listen, I'm getting up early tomorrow. I can't wait. I was so excited. And listen, come on, it's Friday. Can I just be candid? I love sex. Listen, I bust it down. I get it in. The third leg is third legging. It's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? We eating fruits and vegetables and pineapples and strawberries and all of that fruit-based diet. I'm in a great space. But I could not be more excited to go to bed early with no obligations last night. And sex is not an obligation, but it is something that just becomes a part of your daily routine. And I'm going to just tell you, I was incredibly, I get to go to bed. I was knocked out. It had to be knocked out by 9:03. 9 o'clock, I was in the bed. 9:03, I was gone. I was sleeping with my legs all across the bed like this. I ain't have to stay on, and I got a huge bed. My bed, I'm spread out. Don't even have to wake my daughter up. She be ready for school. She be up ahead of time. We jump in the car, go zoom, zoom, zoom. Go take care of business, drive by, plot my day out, take care of it. I'm already set my whole afternoon. I'm like, let's get it. You gonna sit here and tell me how difficult it is? Fellas, don't be in a rush. Don't be in a rush. And again, I am in a blissful situation, but I'm just saying that whatever state that you're in, enjoy it. Don't be in the rush to chase down, oh man, I gotta hurry up and get married. Look, you get married on your own timeline and enjoy whatever state that you're in. Enjoy whatever state that you in. Don't worry about it. Don't let nobody pressure you. Don't let these chicks feel like they're going to finesse you. Don't believe that you got a limited amount of options and, oh my God, I have to only pick between these two women and both of them are trash. No, throw them in the trash because that's where you got them from. And then go out and continue to improve your life. And then when the right opportunity presents itself, it's going to show itself and it's going to be for you. You don't have to rush into it, lay out in the bed, spread out, spread ego, sleep in an X, go in an X, and have a good time. And don't worry about being pressured by nobody because they out here finessing y'all. Y'all are women, ooh-wee. Y'all a finesse. You a finesse. Keep talking about being a single mama. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it. You're not going to finesse me. You're not going to finesse me. I slept like a baby last night. Colin Christopher says, need my question answered. This is a big life change. Well, you're going to have to call into the show, big dog. What you mean? You ain't book a coaching call? You ain't book a coaching call? So you was waiting on Friday? You need free advice on a Friday? Okay. JPO7 says, we got to hear who the 2023 bag fumbler of the year is. We going to get there. It ain't the end of the year yet, big dog. It's not the end of the year yet. Bilderberg Boy says, good morning, AD. Did you get my email? Also, did you read about the AT&T Rivian deal? Yes, I'm familiar with it. I'm doing some research. I need to make sure that it's real first. I increased my portfolio tremendously in both companies early yesterday. I'm not a fan of AT&T. I don't like telecommunications companies. But we could talk about it. Ryan Isaac says, I work and my wife stay home, and when she have days where she take a break, she thinks she's showing me how hard it is to be home with 2 kids alone. I have absolutely no issues. A lot of women are inherently negative. Oh, you gonna show me. We gonna fall apart. We was out here having a party yesterday until 9 o'clock, and it was lights out in this B. We was out, me and my daughter was out here partying. We had the music popping. We was dancing. We was having a good time and all of that. You gonna show me how hard it is? No, okay, show me then. Show me. All of these women keep talking about, oh man, I want to stay at home. Oh, you be a stay-at-home husband then. Let's do it. Spread eagle. You spread out, pause. It doesn't matter because it's you. Spread eagle. Jamal Fowler is in the building also, says, sliding through on a Friday piece. Appreciate you, Jamal Fowler. Thank you, my friend. Tech Coach Ralph in the video says, that video you released on Burnout was fire. Thank you, big dog. I appreciate you too. Tech Coach Ralph is in the building. Chastity is in the... What up, Chaz Cat? Says, I agree with you. Now, if the woman is pulling her weight more than the man, what is your advice? Keep pulling. It all going to one pot. So y'all don't have no pushback when a man is over pulling and because again, everybody falls, and it's not that you're pulling your weight more than the man. We just don't need you to be dead weight. That's what I'm saying, Chaz. Don't be dead weight to where it's much more burdensome for you to be with us than for us to be by ourselves. That's what I'm saying, right? When we say we need you to pull your weight, we saying that, hey, don't be a noose on me. Don't be an anchor to where you're preventing me from being able to continue to move forward. At the very least, don't be the thing that's preventing me from growth. So it's not that you're pulling your weight more than the man, is that you're just doing more to contribute into the household. And that's a positive. But it doesn't mean that anybody needs to be a dead weight. If you got somebody that's dead weight in your life, whether it's a woman or a man or a friend or a mother or a brother or a husband or somebody that you know from your past, don't be a dead. Don't let nobody prevent you from continuing to grow and being what you need to be. That's what I'm saying, Chaz. You know what I'm saying, baby? Cortez Cookie says, you're right, Anton. My current singleness allows me to freely hustle. And I don't be understanding how these people don't be getting the bag, Cortez. Michael Scott is in the building, says, good morning. How do I book a coaching call? Also, do you typically charge for one? Absolutely. I charge for my coaching calls, but I don't charge the same thing as everybody else. The only thing I ask y'all to do is not waste my time. So I charge as minimal as I can possibly charge. I do not charge y'all what I charge my corporate clients because I understand that everybody got lives and they need to be able to figure it out. And so I want to be able to add value into your life. But email me at antondaniels413@gmail.com. It's antondaniels413@gmail.com. Colin Christopher says, should I choose Salesforce or this startup? I need advice. Hey, you just going to have to call in, big dog. Call in at the end of the show and we'll talk about it. We'll break it down. AL says, just met a coworker who went to your high school. Shout out to them. What's their name? Give me their first name. Give me their first name. They went to my high school or they went to school with me. It's a difference. It's a lot of people that went to my school. I'm gonna finish reading the super chats in a minute. I'm gonna rock out, but we got to get going with the show. All right. So first things first, because we're gonna go ahead and knock out these things real quick. It's a migrant crisis. Now, in any other situation, I will put Biden as at the forefront of the congregation to take accountability for the migrant crisis. But sometimes I be forgetting. You know what I'm saying? I'm a C student. I don't always, you know what I'm saying, remember every single thing. Thank y'all for the super chats. I'm going to be reading those shortly. I don't always remember every single thing, but sometimes I forget, right? And I like to pin this all on Biden. And when I see Brandon Johnson and Eric Adams and Mike Johnson and all of these legislators run over to Washington, D.C. and they be begging Biden, I be forgetting that Kamala Harris is sitting there in the corner like this. It's Cam. This is Cam right here. I said, what you doing, Cam? Every once in a while, we have to remind ourselves that Kamala Harris was the person that was tasked as the border czar. The border czar, meaning that she was the one that was supposed to be on the forefront. Her legacy as a vice president of the Biden administration was supposed to be tied to the migrant border. Now, I don't know if they just leaving it open in order to throw her under the bus. I have no clue. But the one thing that I have to bring to the front of the congregation is Kamala Harris was the person whose only task, she had one job, one opportunity to seize everything you wanted. Lose yourself in the music the moment you want it. You better never let it go. You only get one shot. Now is your chance to blow, because opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You better lose yourself. And she had one job. One job. We didn't ask her to fix healthcare. We didn't ask her to fix our EV crisis and the infrastructure deals. We didn't ask her to do that. Listen, we can pin a lot of things on Biden, and we do. But the one thing that we can't say that Biden hasn't done was pass a bunch of bills, whether we believed in them or not. He passed the infrastructure deal, the tax act. He was passing all of these black laws, the diversity, equity, inclusion. They had a party on the White House lawn for the LGBTQI, ABCDEFG groups and all of this stuff, right? Now, we don't have to agree with what he do, but we know he be doing a whole lot of stuff that we don't necessarily agree with, right? But she had one job. One job. That's it. And you know what that one job was? Let me bring you to the front of the congregation to help you remember exactly what Cam was supposed to be taken care of.
Along the U.S. southern border, where sources say more than 11,000 migrants crossed into the U.S. just within the past 24 hours.
It is stunning. Mills Hayes has the story in Eagle Pass, Texas. And Mills, what have you seen today?
Well, here in the Eagle Pass sector, we've seen more than 15,000 migrant encounters in the last week. And today we've seen hundreds of migrants here. You can actually see some of the migrants waiting behind me, behind those white generators right there. They're waiting to get picked up by CBP, and then CBP will take them over to processing centers. Now, in the last week,
Brittany B in the building, Brittany Burnham, says she been so MIA, I forgot we even had a vice president.
CBP has also arrested at least 12 migrants, criminal migrants, some of them even child sex offenders. And people who live here on the border tell me they are sick of it. In Eagle Pass, Texas, you can see men pull this woman over razor wire and a shipping container to safety. This may look like an obstacle course, but it's migrants illegally crossing the Rio Grande River into the U.S.
Now remember, at this particular choke point, at this particular part of the border, because they don't fear us anymore. They don't think that they're going to get arrested. They're not worried about getting nothing happening to them. They ain't worried about none of that. They just chilling. They don't worry. They don't care if it's cameras. They don't care if Border Patrol is there. They don't care about anything. At this particular choke point, they said over 11,000 migrants have crossed over into the U.S. border in one day. Shout out to King James. I just got your email. In one day, 11,000 overnight.
This is an everyday thing.
On Tuesday, an already overwhelmed Border Patrol was hit with a massive group, and more are on the way. New exclusive Fox video shows thousands of migrants waiting to catch trains in Mexico bound for the U.S.
Look at this nonsense. Look at what is happening at the border. Listen, before y'all take y'all next trip to Miami, or y'all go over into Cancun or Tulum, or you go over to Dubai or all of this stuff, take a quick trip past the border and see how many of them is waiting on trains in order to get over to the U.S. Look, they waving. Hey, we coming to a city near you. Hey.
Brevard County Constable Beto De La Torre says they've seen this before.
I mean, it got crazy. They were just hopping on the train, and then you could see them running off the train and everything. So, I mean, it got really bad. We've gotten children with no parents at all, just with information on their shirt, and it's pretty sad.
It's been more than 2 years since Vice President Kamala Harris told migrants,
"Do not come."
But in 2023, we saw more than 2.4 million illegal crossings, the highest number ever recorded.
We just kind of have to fend for ourselves here in Eagle Pass. We do our best with what we have. It's unacceptable. We feel 100% ignored by the federal government, by the administration. They don't bother to give us a call. Nobody bothers to tell us what the plan of action is.
The Biden administration appears to be open to tightening border policies in exchange for aid for Ukraine.
They're holding your borders hostage in order to get Congress members and the Republican Party to be able to get more money for Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel. They're holding your borders hostage in order to make sure that they negotiate for more monies to support foreign interests.
Washington Post reported that the White House floated an idea where migrants would be expelled back across the border without any kind of asylum screening on days that they had a high daily encounter rate. Now, that likely won't happen until after lawmakers get back from the holiday break.
Let me bring y'all back. Let me remind y'all, because sometimes we forget, and it kind of reminds me of people that went to high school and they'd be like, oh man, we had so much fun. No, you didn't. You was getting put in a locker. You was getting beat up in high school. Please don't have that revisionist history. Let me bring y'all up to speed on what used to happen. This was more than 2 years ago when they first got elected. All right.
But the vice president's agreed, among the multiple other things that happened at the meeting, and I appreciate it, agreed to lead our diplomatic effort.
U.S. President Joe Biden on Wednesday put Vice President Kamala Harris in charge of efforts to stem the flow of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border that has led to a surge in unaccompanied children and an overcrowding of processing facilities. Harris said she'll work to address the root of the problem with leaders from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. Many migrants say they make the journey to escape poverty, crime, and battered economies from natural disasters in Central America.
While we are clear that people should not come to the border now, we also understand that we will enforce the law and that
Hello?
Hi, is this Anton?
Yeah, Master's calling.
Yes, this is John Marshall calling from Porsche at Van Arbor. How are you?
Hey, how you doing? You said this is who?
This is John calling. I'm the finance manager.
Oh, from Porsche in Ann Arbor?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm doing really well. How you doing?
We also, because we can chew gum and walk at the same time, must address the root causes that cause people to make the trek.
Their remarks came moments before some U.S. journalists were allowed access Wednesday to a migrant facility in Carrizo Springs, Texas, as reporters pressed the White House for more transparency. Journalists have been repeatedly asking the White House to visit the migrant facilities for a first-hand look at living conditions, and they have not had access until Wednesday's tour. Video showed masked children playing soccer and basketball outside. What appeared to be a classroom had desks with notebooks and pencils. Housing facilities appeared to be temporary trailers. Senate Republicans blame a surge of migrants at the border on Biden's decision to reverse former President Donald Trump's policies to deport illegal immigrants. Texas Senator Ted Cruz took his argument a step further, accusing the Biden administration of a media blackout.
Joe Biden is issuing this media blackout because he's terrified of the American people seeing the disaster that is unfolding. You have a right to have cameras there. You have a right to take pictures and to show the American people what's happening.
At the border facility in Texas on Wednesday, a Biden administration official said the decision to limit access.
We turn now to the southern border, where today Vice President Kamala Harris said the Biden administration is making, quote, extreme progress, unquote, in addressing the surge in migrants there. It was a trip long demanded by her critics, and here is CBS's Nancy Cordes.
It's hardly unusual for politicians to tour the border, but this trip was closely watched because of the timing. 93 days after the vice president was tapped to lead the White House response to rising migration.
I said back in March I was going to come to the border, so this is not a new plan.
And yet, White House sources say today's trip came together so quickly it caused some confusion within the West Wing.
Here's my question for you guys. Here's my question. Do you think that this is planned, or do you honestly believe that they're selling us on the idea or the narrative that they truly cannot figure out how it is that they could stop the flow or the stem, or they don't have the funds and the resources to dedicate to the border? Because if it is planned, if this is okay, if they're okay with over 11,000 people over a 24-hour span at one choke point coming into the United States of America, and then them giving them buses, and then they knowing what's going on. We have the most advanced military in the entire world. We literally allocate billions and trillions of dollars annually towards these things. We have social services programs. We have so much in resources that we're budgeting for that we go into debt to do it. But you telling me we don't have the ability to be able to stem however many people is coming into the border on a regular basis, and they don't care? So either people like Cam are incredibly incompetent, and they're just a puppet, or we truly are not, or they're really a reflection of the fact that we are incompetent. Because, yeah, we can hold her accountable, but then at the same time, you do realize that we the one that just keep voting in people based off of identity politics too, right? Look. You guys voted for her based off of the idea that, and the only reason, in my opinion, that she was a part of the Biden administration and as far as the vice presidency is because she identified with a group of people, we all know who it is, mostly women and black women, and they wanted to crack that little ceiling just a little bit more, as Hillary Clinton emphasized in some of her most recent speeches on her way of getting knocked out and eliminated as far as her presidential campaigns. You wanted to break open that glass just a little bit more, and so as a result, they added her to the campaign, not necessarily because she would make a great president or a great vice president, but are we the culprits? Are we the ones that truly need to be held accountable for the fact that y'all keep getting finessed into voting the same people in the office that obviously don't care anything about you or the American people. See, it's not just that they don't care about you, they don't care about any of us. Me included. Me included. They don't care nothing about me. They don't care nothing about me. They don't care nothing about the UAW members that they stood over there and they made a symbolic gesture of marching on the picket lines with them for like 5 minutes in order to get their bullhorn and bring more visibility to what y'all got. They don't care nothing about you. And so you keep voting these people in based off of identity politics, but are we responsible for them, or are they to be held accountable by themselves? Because they are voted in based off of what you say.
It did not come soon enough for the GOP.
She avoided traveling to the border for more than 90 days. In that short amount of time of more than 3 months, there's been more than 500,000 encounters.
And this was 2 years ago. This was over 2 years ago, but I don't want to beat a dead horse because I got a full show that I need to perform. And I'll be handling business all at the same time. Let me read some of y'all super chats and then we're going to get it popping. Bilderberg Boy said, I've never had any sympathy for single or stay-at-home moms. I have had single custody of my 2 daughters since they were 10 and 11 years old. Now they're 24, 25 with no kids, college graduates, and earn on their own. Killing it. Rod Jones says they're going to hit with the Bible. 1 Timothy 5:8. They only pull the scriptures when they want to make a point and forget their role is absolutely insane. Shout out to you, Rod Jones. I appreciate you. The Move TV says, I'm on your side, but you can't compare to my 2-year-old to Leslie. You would send for Rita. What, you don't think that I was out there? Yo, I got pictures in my phone. Y'all have no clue. Y'all have no clue who y'all talking to out here in these streets, man. You have no clue of who you talking to out here in these streets, man. No clue whatsoever. Historic, no. I don't want to do historic, do I? Leslie Group. I don't know if you can use these. I don't want to be putting all my family out here, though. I can't be putting all of my family out here like this. I can't do it. I can't do it. Anyways, but yes, I can compare it because at one point Leslie was 2 years old. Flat out. Leslie was 2 years old. Queen V says, AD, I'm laying on the floor with my blanket with my 8-month playing. Ain't did Nathaniel. Don't plan on doing nothing. It's literally easy. See, Queen V is telling you the complete opposite of what it is that you just tried to sell me. Jabba, my God. Shout out to Jabba in the building. Said good morning to Mr. Daniels in the chat. I appreciate you, Jabba. Thank you for coming through. Enforcer 2K9 says the real question is, how do these women end up hooked up with men who aren't pulling their weight and acting like that's how men are normally? Because they choosing them. Avery Carter is in the building with the 2 ball. Thank you, Avery. Josh McLean is in the building. Thank you, Josh. Self-Made Forever came through with the 20 ball. Says, AD, married at first sight, allowed a trans to get surgery, get on the show, and whatever man who decided to marry the trans is not allowed to know until after the marriage papers are signed. What? Y'all got to be kidding. I know you trolling. I know you trolling. Bilderberg Boy says, I've been an AT&T customer since 2003 and AT&T stockholder since the Singular Wireless merger. I've even moved some of my clients to AT&T Mobile. Yeah, me too. I've been an AT&T customer myself. Every phone and device that I have is on AT&T. Shout out to King James 93, just came through with the 5-ball. I appreciate you. Brittany B says, America is modern women that choose wrong. Flex, flex, flex. Jones FX 426 says, we're being pimped like Tiffany Henyard, Illinois' mayor. If you notice, I haven't even been doing no reports on her. I just been chilling. Jaden Yar says, this is all by design. A replacement plan by Democrats is to bring in migrants as a new Democratic voting bloc. Black people are going to find out soon that their votes will no longer be needed. Shout out to you. Brian Turner is in the building with the 5-ball. I appreciate you, Brian. Thank you, my friend. I'll continue to read super chats throughout the show, but it's funny that y'all mention that because Brandon Johnson, you know, I've been kind of laying off Brandon Johnson for a while, but he's back under fire. And one of the reasons that he's under fire, well, two reasons that he's under fire. Here, I'll just show you, and then I'll give you my comments afterwards. Make sure you hit a like for the YouTube algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let's get it.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson facing questions today about the issues the city's facing in housing migrants.
As WJN's Shannon Helgen tells us tonight, that includes the mismanaged $29 million migrant shelter contract, Shannon.
Yeah, that contract was created by the state. That contract for Garda World was created by the state, but executed by the city. So there's been a lot of finger pointing and confusion over who's going to pick up the tab, in particular for the failed tent shelter at 38th in California.
You can't mismanage 30 M's and then expect for it to just go unnoticed. You can't run over to the Biden administration and then tell them that they need to give you some more money, and then you can't even manage the 30 M's that you mismanaged from your own city in the first place.
Yeah. Speaking to reporters Wednesday, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson fielded several questions regarding the ongoing migrant crisis.
You know, we have a real irresponsible, inhumane practice that's coming from the border. And what I've said from the very beginning, we have to create some structure and order and some calm to this crisis, and my leadership has done just that.
But after the plans for a migrant
How come they always get themselves credit, but nobody ever takes responsibility for what happens?
tent camp at 38th in California failed, there were still concerns about how much that work would cost taxpayers. When asked about nearly $1 million spent on the Brighton Park site, Mayor Johnson said that was used to clean up the location.
Remediation, yeah, the remediation that was needed. Obviously, the workforce, I mean, all of that, the contracts to remediate, and again, the workforce.
But there was confusion over who will foot the bill for a $29 million contract with a company called Garda World to construct and run the migrant shelter. The mayor said that's a contract with the state.
As you all know, that the state of Illinois has made a commitment to stand up a shelter and to house, I believe, up to 2,200 people. And we're going to continue to collaborate and work with every single level of government to make sure that we can meet the demands, but we also have to make sure that we're clear about this international crisis. It does really require federal intervention.
Governor J.B. Pritzker said Wednesday that Garda World will be taking responsibility for the state's share of the contract.
So from the state, the understanding with Garda World is that they will do other work with us, and they knew as they were building this shelter before the environmental report came in that it was possible that the environmental report wouldn't allow the building, the completion rather.
And now they're throwing each other under the bus.
Of the shelter. And so they understood that, and they were willing to take that liability on through the state's contract. I can't speak to what may have pre-existed or been in place with the city.
We reached out to Garda World about what costs they would be incurring. They said in a statement, for any questions regarding operations in Chicago, we encourage you to direct your inquiry to the city or state for further comment. We remain committed to supporting and working with the city of Chicago in efforts to address the needs of Chicago's various populations. This, of course, still all ongoing. At last update, the city of Chicago reported 575 migrants awaiting placement into a shelter. The mayor says the 12th District Police Station is the last city police station housing migrants. Another 220 people are, of course, currently being housed at O'Hare.
And you got to continue to understand also that more migrants are continuously flowing into Chicago. So this is not a one-time thing. This is not a situation where it's just going away. They have not solved for the migrant crisis. Even if they were to get all of the migrants outside of the hotels or the police station or the airport or anything like that, they haven't solved for the problem. The only thing that they continue to do is kick the bucket down the road because more people are still continuously going on at the same time. But on top of that, because Brandon Johnson is catching a lot of flack, right? And there's a lot of different pundits, and now the bigger new networks are starting to go after Brandon Johnson. I like to think that I was the first person to start really holding Brandon Johnson accountable. I warned you guys. When he first was elected into office, and I used to go off on Lori Lightfoot. Y'all remember when I used to go off on Lori Lightfoot? And I said, listen, everything that is about to happen in Chicago, and I predicted it to you. I said everything that is about to happen in Chicago, Chicagoans are going to regret it. And I'm going to be here to make sure that I remind you of what's going on a regular basis. There will not be a week that goes by that I will not remind you of how incompetent the voters were and irresponsible to elect into office who it is that they're electing into office. And now we hear at the end of 2023, and now Fox News, CNN, ABC, CNBC, all of these different, I'm watching it play out. And they're not going to give me the credit and say that they've been watching Anton from AntonDaniels.com, even though I got millions of views off of Brandon Johnson alone. They're not going to say that they've been watching my stuff and the producers been watching my stuff. But now they're using my exact same talking points. They're using my exact same talking points, and they're starting to hold Chicago on a national scale on a regular basis. I seen Fox and Friends and everybody else do entire segments dedicated to how incompetent the crisis is and how it's being mishandled over in Chicago now. Don't worry about it. We're going to continue to do the work. But conversely, he said that because obviously I've been getting the same reports on a regular basis about the robberies and the break-ins and the 30% vacancy rate on the Magnificent Mile and all of this stuff, right? And so Brandon Johnson held a press conference and he laid out how they were going to address the safety and crime issues in Chicago. Now, this seems a little bit long, so we're going to probably skip through it. Because, you know, Brandon Johnson be talking about a lot of stuff, and he be long-winded. And we're going to speed it up to 1.25, all right?
Good morning to everyone who's here today. And thank you for taking time to be with us.
I'm going to need them to get their audio together, fam, because it's like more on one side than it is on the other side. But let me speed this up real quick.
We're here at Kennedy King College on the city's south side. I bring you greetings from the west side of the city of Chicago.
Thank you, Jonathan Russell. I'm going to read that super chat shortly.
I'm so grateful that we are launching this new plan for community safety right here on the south side. As a former social studies teacher, I hope you'll indulge me just a little bit as I provide you with just a little bit of a brief lesson about this space. You know, Kennedy King College was founded.
Nah, I don't need to know about Kennedy King College. Let me fast forward it a little bit.
Protesting war and violence. We're two men who strived for equality of students and Chicagoans. It is a beacon of hope in a neighborhood that has dealt with some of the most severe impacts of historic and purposeful disinvestment. It is symbolic that we are here at Kennedy King College on the south side of Chicago today to launch the People's Plan for Community Safety that will bring our city together to deliver a better, stronger, and a much safer Chicago. And this is a community that has the incredible ability to have this initiative led by the community, to harness the full force of government, community organizations, businesses, the philanthropic community, youth leaders, our faith leaders, to solve decades-long problems. And to solve these problems in a new way, a bold way, an intentional way. The People's Plan for Community Safety will protect the people who are most impacted by violence.
I don't want any more faith leaders to be at the forefront of solving for problems that we see happening politically. I am not interested in any more faith leaders at the forefront of solving for any problem that we need help on a legislative level. I don't care about faith intersecting with the legislative process.
And prevent future violence through intentional investments in our people and communities. Isn't it about time that we do what safe communities around this country have done? which is to invest in people. That's what this operation and this people purpose-driven plan is all about. The city of Chicago aims to make Chicago safer through two strategies. One, being people-based. This phase of the plan focuses our efforts on the Chicagoans who are most impacted by, again, the historic disinvestment and violence. This includes outreach and intervention with youth and adults, the highest promise. That is, members of our community who have been most impacted by perpetual harm and violence. So in other words, the people who are most impacted get to provide us with the very direction to solve these critical problems. We will also provide support for victims and survivors of violence through...
Yo, I don't hear anything. No. Let me be clear. I hear what they're saying. I don't hear any real plan. Like, these are just like talking points. No. And we're going to be there for the people that are the most impacted and the communities that's the not most invested in. And I don't hear anything. Where are you putting the money at? How much money are you allocating? Who's going to get it? Where are they going to put it? Where is it going to be reinvested in? How do you measure the results? What is the MVP, the minimum viable product? How do you solve for it, but without actually throwing a whole bunch of money at something and then saying, oh, it just didn't work? And then how do you prevent yourself from being required to continuously invest in and can't divest from it? Because once you allocate monies over into a program, it's like any social program. Once the government invests in it, it's very hard for them to divest from it. It's not supposed to be something that you do permanently. It's not like Section 8 housing. Section 8 housing, it'd be people on there for the next 20, 30 years, and then they be mad because they get kicked off of it. It's not meant for you to have for the rest of your life. It's meant to be a stepping stone for you to get yourself together. And so I don't hear any real plan. The only thing I hear is general talking points. Oh man, we're going to be there for our community. Maybe it's to come. Because again, I have not watched this yet, but it's the same old talking points that we hear on a regular basis.
Intentional investments. The second part of the plan is not just people-based, but it's also place-based. Where this is a crisis, you must triage. And that is why we are first focusing our efforts on the neighborhoods that have suffered from decades of indifference and disinvestment. To ensure a safer Chicago for generations to come, this plan focuses on addressing the root causes of violence through a layered long-term investments in key areas: education, economic opportunity, healthcare, community investment, making sure that we have a healthy environment, particularly around climate, housing, community violence intervention, and of course, policing. We are confident that this approach will show results and deliver a safer Chicago for all of us because it shares the responsibility of safety across the city. Not one person nor one entity can solve the decades of disinvestment. It is literally going to take all of us. And government alone will not be able to make Chicago safer. All of us will be able to make the city of Chicago safer. The People's Plan unites the many groups who have been working to reduce violence in our city and all who call Chicago home to make sure that we are producing a vibrant and a far more thriving city.
What the hell are y'all talking? What are y'all talking about? Listen, throw some money at it, get the people some money, because we got to make sure that we account for the fact that we done threw literally billions of dollars at the migrant crisis. Put a snazzy name on it. The People's Plan, where both first letters start with the same syllable. The People's Plan. Get some kind of community leader or organizer, one person out of a million people who's going to get rich. By being the leader of this thing, we're going to actively make sure that we participate in the community. And it's going to take all of us, including the faith leaders. So now the church is going to get money. And this is all bull, bro. Haven't y'all seen this playbook 1,000 different times? It's the same thing over and over again, bro.
Everyone has a role to play in building a safer, stronger city. Everyone has a role to play in making sure that our communities are fully supported. Businesses can help by creating economic opportunities. The faith community can also help us to build stronger community bonds. Youth leaders can inspire fellow peers to engage in education and careers. It's just to name a few examples. It is the people of Chicago who make our city great. And it will be the people of Chicago who will help build a safer city.
Y'all doomed. Hey, Chicago, let me be very, 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 very clear. Because, see, I'm not paid by the pundits. I don't have to worry about running for an office. My Rolexes are not financed, so I don't have to worry about making payments on it. I could just give it to you straight. You're not looking at somebody that have to worry about the fact that maybe he white or maybe he's of another nationality, so, he worried about. Listen, I've already proven myself in being willing to stand against the woke mob, and that I'm not a blackity black, so I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear just because you black. Y'all are absolutely, positively effed. The only reason I say the word effed or the letter and the syllables is because it's the Millionaire Morning Show, and I understand that the churches and stuff like that is listening to me. So shout out to all of the churches and the daycare and the people that's listening to me and got me on the big screen and stuff like that. But y'all are absolutely effed. This is not a plan. This is a talking point. This is not a solution. It's an opportunity for them to keep you emotionally invested so you can continue to work for them and vote for them to continue to have office. You are absolutely effed. You know what a plan is? Let me give you an example of what a plan is. Hey, listen, so this is what we gonna do, Chicago. We put more money and more police officers on the street. We allocating more money in order to ensure that we can prevent it. And then you going to have to get your mother effing kids off the street, because if you don't, then we going to arrest them, and then you're going to have to pay a fine in order to make sure that you can come and get them. Now, we don't care if you're going to complain about it. They still getting arrested, because I'd rather have them sitting in a jail cell instead of sitting over there robbing somebody and then getting their face picked off by their car. Now, ladies, if y'all can't stop having children out of wedlock, then we're going to cut y'all off of these social services, because the one thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that we make this enticing for people to invest in your neighborhoods. Now, I need y'all to go and get jobs. And the way that we're going to go and get jobs is we're going to start to incentivize these companies to come and invest by lowering the tax burden and allowing for y'all to be able to get in here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to allocate monies to education. How we going to allocate monies to education is we're going to put together a stimulus package, and then we're going to continue to support it with the millage. Now, we want to lower property taxes, and then we want to hire, we actually want it to be the same. So we're going to lower the property taxes, but we're going to allow for y'all to vote on the millage that allows for you to invest more into your school systems that allow for us to address the issues, the fundamental issues that's happening within it. And so you'll have more opportunity as a community to get educated for the future jobs that is coming into your neighborhood. But if you don't do it, then I can't help you. But the first thing we got to do is we got to stem the violence by making sure that we put more police officers on the street. And if your kid doing something, we're going to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. That's being direct. This is how much money we going to allocate. We want to recruit more police officers. If we find out that you out here finessing, then the police officers is going to be prosecuted even further, because any public servant need to be made an example of. So if we going to have these crooked police officers, know that we coming for you. No more single mothers. Stop having children out of wedlock. We not raising your children for you. We just going to lock them up and have them make our license plates. And then we going to make money from the license plates in order to fund more police officers, if that's what you want to do. Now, we can lay off police officers, but the only way we going to lay off police officers is if we have less crime. But until then, we going to have more police officers on the streets, because we support the police. We don't defund them. Now, I think that it's important for y'all to cut y'all grass, because we don't want people to look, don't get me started, because I am absolutely going to tell you the truth if I ever become a politician. It's going to be some slow singing and flower bringing over here if y'all can't get y'all lives together. Look, I'm about to start selling these properties. Oh my God, you're going to gentrify. You got D right, I'm about to gentrify it, because we need the tax dollars in order to pay for the millages, or in order to pay for the property taxes, in order to continue to generate the revenue to fix your schools. If we just sitting on abandoned property, we not making no money from that. So what we going to have to do is we going to have to raise the value of these properties, and that means you actually can contribute by cutting your grass and doing the thing that's in your own best interest. But we definitely going to get these people over here, and we're going to incentivize these investors to come over here and build up Chicago. And we're going to start here, here, and here. And if they can do it over here, then we're going to give them even more incentive to do it over here. Listen, I'm going to fix your city. And it's going to be very difficult. And the people that don't want to be here, they're going to run over to California. But I'm going to fix your city. I'm not messing around. That's the plan. Not we need community leaders. Listen, we need less churches. I said it. That's going to upset the people. We need less churches. Anton, why do we need less churches? Because if you go to any community, and the most impoverished ones got a church on every single corner. It'd be 4 corners and 4 churches. We don't need no more extra churches. We got enough churches. It's enough of them that they ain't even a quarter full. We don't need no more churches. We good on churches. Churches don't generate revenue. Churches take from the people. Churches don't generate. We need money. Generate money, honey. We need infrastructure. We need a lot more police officers. We need people to get control of what's happening inside of these schools. We need to invest in infrastructure, public transportation, education, so on and so forth. We don't need another God-D church in the community. Not one more. We got enough churches as it is. As a matter of fact, we need to be doing layoffs of churches. How come churches ain't never doing layoffs? Businesses that feed people in the community and all of that, how come the churches ain't never doing layoffs? Now, that's not to say that God ain't good, but God ain't always in the building. And just because you open up the church don't mean that people are going to come into it. We don't need another church in the black community. We got enough of them. Have prayer meeting at your house. Not another building need to be a church. We need that land so that we can pay actual real taxes on it and so that we can ensure that we continue to generate revenue to be poured back into the community. Not another church. Not another community outreach program. Not another basketball court. So to everywhere you got basketball courts, you see poverty. Churches, basketball courts, drugs. Churches, basketball courts, drugs. Churches, basketball courts, drugs. That's all I see. And rap music. Boom, 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 boom. We don't need another church, not another basketball court, not another community center in order for y'all to continue to slang in front of. Not another one. Another one. No, not another one. We don't need no more. No more community. No, no, no. The answer is no. If you're looking for me in order to build another community center, the answer is no. Planet Fitness is $10 a month.
I'm honored and humbled to launch this initiative as mayor today, but also as a Chicagoan, I feel personally responsible to make sure that children get a chance to grow up and experience the best part of this city. You all know that I love talking about the Austin neighborhood. I see a few West Siders in the room today. That's good. No, they're real quiet today, so you should appreciate that. Just saying. But I cannot deny that as beautiful as the West Side of Chicago is, as beautiful as the neighborhood of Austin is, can't deny the fact that neighborhoods like mine have been shattered because there's not a real sense of safety and opportunity for people. And no one should be afraid to walk around the block in the greatest city in the world. Safety is an essential human need.
Oh, he trolling us now. Okay. Oh, Brandon trolling us now. I get it. It's troll season. Okay, let's go.
Safety is a right. As mayor and as city leaders, let's claim our responsibility.
Where is the plan for safety in Chicago? I have not heard a plan. And again, I know he was a social studies teacher, and so he's a lot smarter than me. But God dog it, where is the plan at? I don't hear no plan.
Our residents' desire and their right to safety by working together, by taking this first bold step as we move forward. And we will move with urgency. We will move with strategic intention. We also will move together, collaboratively, to deliver a safer Chicago for everyone. We remain committed to this mission. I want to thank all of our partners that are here today, all of our residents who work alongside of each other, everyone who is committed to working with my administration as part of this initiative. We will continue.
I'm not doing it. What I will do is read these super chats. Because I'm not doing it. You're not about to continue to piss on me and tell me that it's raining outside. No, you're not. Brian Turner is in the building, says, take a shot or invest $1 every time AD says, out here in these streets, man. Shout out to you. Oh, man. Hold on one second. Mr. Russell, I'm calling anybody that get $50 or more, you get Mr. or Mrs. in front of your name, or Miss. Mr. Russell says, this is exclusive kicks. Had a coaching call in 2022, applied the game, 23 years old. DMV area, graduated college, six-figure job. Before I graduated, getting rid of the debt now. Put an option call on GM and came up 2,000, reinvested, saw you in DC. Mother effing salute. Let me read that one more time for the people in the back. This is exclusive kicks. Had a coaching call in 2022. Applied the game. 23 years old, DMV area, graduated college, six-figure job before I graduated. Getting rid of the debt now. Putting an option call on GM, courtesy of Tom Dog. And came up 2,000, reinvested, saw you in DC. Salute out here in these streets. Salute out here in these streets. Y'all not a bag chaser yet? You're not a bag chaser yet? You still waiting? You still waiting to come and see me? You gonna become a bag chaser in 2025? Oh no, I'ma do it. I'ma do it. I'm coming to city, state to state, investing in businesses, adding value into people, and you still waiting? You still waiting out here in these streets? You better go and talk to Mr. Russell. You better go and talk to Mr. Russell out here in these streets. Shout out to Mr. Russell and the bag chasers. Ken J says, Brandon is a scapegoat waiting to be sacrificed, and he doesn't even know it. Shout out to Brandon. Tony Williams in the... What up, Tone? Says, speaking of the vacancies on the Magnificent Mile, I was contacted yesterday and asked if I was interested in renting a pop-up space in the Watertown place. They do this in the empty malls here. Oh, snap, Tony. La Rosarita of Tella says, thank you for bringing the real facts to the people, not a victim. LS Rosita of Tella is in the building. Shout out to LS Rosita. I appreciate you, mommy. Daniel Gordon says, salute, man. Just on support. I was watching some of your older content on Lapeef. Shout out to the people. Oh, hold on. Daniel said he wasn't. Daniel showed up to the building with another 100 ball. He said the people got everything they'd asked for. Increased minimum wage, automation, and a raise in prices, stimulus checks, which cause inflation too. Defund the police now. Streets are rampant with crime. I'm in NYC, so it's crazy, too soft on crime. And not every church has God in it. Let me hit you with another round. Hey, Daniel, I know you were saying that you was watching some of my old content on Lapeef. How they doing over there? Honestly, and I'm genuinely asking because I haven't had an opportunity to check out any other, content or to backtrack and see any of the old stuff that I used to be a part of and stuff like that. Hopefully they're doing well. I'm assuming that they still doing a Thursday night show. Somebody in the chat, give me an update on how everybody is doing out here in these streets, man. Let me know how they doing, man. I'm curious as to what's going on. And thank you for the 100 ball, Mr. Gordon. I appreciate you. Josh McLean let me get Josh a drum roll too. Josh says, been a bag chaser since March. Since I know you like watching investigative reporters, you should definitely look at my son, Tyler Oliveira. Okay, all right, I'm going to check that out. Thank you for keeping me up to date on what's happening out here in these streets. Also says, thank you, Josh, also. Josh says, appreciate you, big dog. You've been a part of the silent majority for a while. Definitely inspired me to pay off all of my debts and saved up $12,000 since May for my car note, which I paid today. Next up, my student loan. Stay healthy, bro. Man, I got to give y'all all of the credit today. If you read this, you're a G. You're G-A-Y. If you read this, you're a G-A-Y. I'm not G-A-Y. Shout out to Josh. I appreciate y'all for tapping in. All of my people out here in these streets, man. All right, let me continue over with the show. Y'all do get to be yourselves on this platform. I'm just checking the chat. Brittany, I'm not petty. I'm genuinely curious as to what's happening out here in these streets, bro. Man, Brittany, I can't be knowing what's going on in the streets. All right, let's continue on, right? Oh, wait, no. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Let's be very, very clear. 2,000 to 3,000 in the chat when I was live streaming on there. Let's be very clear. When I left, it was 2 to 3K. Let's be clear. Please don't let me go back through the numbers. I will go back through the numbers and show you what the numbers was. Chat was popping. And if that's the case, then how come it didn't translate over into both of my other channels? Please don't let me look at the numbers. Anyways, let's see. Daniel also says, I just saw a title where you said you kicked the woman off of a panel for talking crazy. And you were patient. You were being patient and she couldn't listen. But yeah, KS, I knew him before he got big. That's actually how I saw your content. So shout out to my dog, KS, one of my best friends and one of the people that's in the streets. Womanati also come back and say, nah, it's boring without you. Well, I think they're going to figure it out. I think that they're going to figure it out. All right, let's move over into the next thing because I need to be able to drop a link in the chat for y'all to be able to kick it. But the first thing that I want to do is I want to bring this woman to the front of the congregation. I've been reading this story, and apparently there's a lot of content creators that's unwilling to talk about this, or maybe they just not familiar with what's going on in the streets. But I didn't even see anybody that was reporting on it at all. Now, this woman's name is Barbara Smiles. Barbara Smiles, and she was the head, let me say this again, talk about bag fumbling. She was the former head of Facebook's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Let me say that one more time. Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and apparently she's pled guilty to stealing $4 million. I'm going to be reading the super chat shortly. But let me go ahead and give y'all a little bit of insight on what's going on before we deep dive on Monday about her. Let's do it like this. Former head of Facebook, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusions. Her name was Barbara Smiles, and she admits that she embezzled $4 million. Let me say it again. $4 million from the company. This is her. Don't let a smile in the face fool you. According to Business Insider, the former top diversity and equity and inclusion manager at Facebook has pled guilty to embezzling millions from the social media company as a part of a sprawling kickback scheme. Why we always got to finesse? Even in corporate America, listen, I know that there was a lot of finessing with the PPP loans. I know it's a lot of finessing with the unemployment insurance. I know y'all been finessing each other with the TREF fund and the all of these other funds that y'all keep getting people to donate to, and you keep telling them you're going to give them 10 and 20 and 30% on their money and all of this other type of stuff. I know that people have been feeling finessed for a long time. But fam, you already made it into the company based off of not being able to qualify and being on the diversity and equity and inclusion. And now on top of that, you want to do a kickback scheme at a major tech corporation, A, as though they're not going to catch you. And then B, you got a good job. When you get a good job in corporate, one thing I've always known for sure, is that no matter what, you always, I don't care if your business go belly up, I don't care if everything get messed up, I don't care if your money is toe up, I don't care what happened. Under no circumstance, and when I say no circumstance, I mean no circumstance. Under no circumstance do you ever mess up the bag. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. You always have to have something to come back to or something to fall back on. You always have to have something to come back to or something to fall back on. You never mess up the thing that you most closely tied to. Why would you do that? If that is the thing that pay the bills, If anything ever happens, no matter what, if all of my real estate go bust and I get kicked off of social media and my web development company absolutely fails and all of this other type of stuff, guess what I can always do? Go and make $500,000 in corporate America. I will always be able to make $500,000 in corporate America. You never, ever, under any circumstance, fumble the bag. Never, ever. They say former top equity and diversity. That's because it's a stupid title anyway. Kickback scheme. Federal prosecutors announced this week. Barbara Furlow smiles and let the DEI initiatives at Facebook, now called Meta, from two. So she was there for 4 years. 4 years. 4 freaking years. Furlow Smiles diverted more than $4 million from Facebook by linking payment apps to her Facebook credit card so they could tie it back to you. So you know that you're not going to get back, you can't get from it because it's going to be a digital footprint that goes back to you. Paying out charges to fake vendors, the U.S. attorney said. She knowingly devised and intended to devise a scheme and artifice to defraud Facebook. So you're going to defraud the very person that's paying your bills. Okay, cool. To defraud Facebook and obtain money and property by means of materially false and fraudulent pretenses, representations, and promises, and by omission of material facts. It goes on to say she'd submit the charges as false expense reports. Jesus Christ. False expense reports. Then have vendors give her the money in cash or by transferring funds to her husband's account. Now, some people may say, well, Anton, what do you mean her husband's account? Who was her husband? The sucker that wanted to participate in it, that let his woman lead them down into this stupid space that they in right now? Yep, that was the husband. The husband is the guy that was the fool. But guess what? I didn't just look at this and I said, okay, well, this is another woman that is finessing similar to the woman that finessed Amazon, and they out here doing all of this stuff like that. This ain't just that. It's not just that. I did a little bit of research. But before we get into the research, well, let me go and find out her husband. So I go and I throw her name in Google or in YouTube, and guess what the first thing that popped up for me? Barbara and Ernest Smiles introduced Smile Shields product, fearless business models, and more. And they showed up and they was able to pitch their product and have a conversation during the pandemic on the Breakfast Club. On the Breakfast Club. Yes, her and her mans. Y'all know how y'all be doing with the power couples and all of that type of stuff. Her and her mans was on the Breakfast Club talking to them with their shields on, making sure that they had a conversation. Yes, they did. Oh no, you don't believe me though. You don't want to believe me. In the morning. Look at DJ Envy up there with his mask and his shield on. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. DJ Envy up there with his mask and his shield on, having a conversation. Look at them. Look at her and her mans. He got his chain on, his laid on. Oh. Her and her man was pitching Smile Shields during the during the pandemic. But let me be clear. Just because they were on the Breakfast Club does not mean that the Breakfast Club is liable or that they are guilty or anything like that. I'm just saying that these people are so easily able to get on top of these things and all of that type of stuff. But guess what? From 2017 through 2021, she was finessing Facebook with the kickback scheme. And then they came up with another idea and pitched their business, and then they pitched it like they was on top of things. Man. Smile Shields. Let me get back to it. It says that she submit false charges as false expense reports, then had her vendors give her the money in cash or by transferring the funds to her husband's account. Associates paid cash kickbacks in person by... See, and she in Georgia. She down there in Atlanta. I kept wondering, and I always was trying to figure out, how do all of these people, why is Atlanta so full in the daytime? I've always been trying to figure that out. Why are all of these people driving around in Atlanta and everybody got money, but ain't nobody got no job in Atlanta? Well, everybody's cars is getting repossessed. Also, on top of that, everybody is getting kicked out of their house because wasn't nobody paying no rent. And everybody was scamming. Everybody was doing cashback, kickback scams, diverted over to my husband's account or whatever, and now they had to plead guilty. Says associates paid kickback cash in person or by Federal Express or by mail sometimes, wrapping the cash and other items such as T-shirts. We are cooperating with law enforcement on the case regarding the former program manager and will continue to do so. It wasn't enough to just make six figures. Now you had to make $4 million. Good God almighty. Prosecutor said in court documents that Furlough Smiles used her position at Facebook to bring vendors. So listen, think about this, y'all. People that didn't qualify to get a real job at Meta, Facebook, formerly known as Facebook, think about this, and this is why this is so dangerous, why we got to stop doing it based off of the color of your skin. She used her position at Facebook to bring in vendors who were owned by friends and associates. You can't get right. Once Facebook signed off to onboarding them, she would inflate the expense reports to make extra money she had the vendors send back to her. You can't make this shit up, bro. I'm sorry. Excuse my language. You can't make this up. So you got in based off of your color. They let you in, and then they let you pick the vendors. Your vendors was your friends, and then this is the way that you finesse the company out of $4 million. It cost Facebook over $4 million just in expenses. That ain't even got nothing to do with salary. That ain't got nothing to do with the fact of onboarding you, healthcare benefits, or whatever. It cost Facebook alone $4 million in finesse money just to be a part of the diversity, equity, and inclusion because y'all was out there marching for Black Lives Matters. In these reports, she falsely claimed that her associates or their businesses provided goods and services to Facebook for various programs and events when in fact they had not. Y'all ain't even do nothing. In these reports, among those involved in her scheme were her relatives, just like an N-word. Just like an N-word. Was her relatives, friends, former interns from a previous job, nannies, babysitters, a hairstylist, her college tutor. She used the fraud to pay $10,000 to an artist for specialty portraits, more than $18,000 for preschool tuition. Good God almighty. She even involved relatives, friends, and other associates in all her crimes, all to fund a lavish lifestyle through fraud rather than hard and honest work. She will be sentenced, and I will be sitting in the courtroom there on March 2024, prosecutor said. March 2024. All right, y'all note that because I need to make sure that I remember the date. Got in on diversity, equity, and inclusion and finesse Facebook. Shout out to Facebook, man, for being a woke company that got finessed out of $4 million. That's money out of the investors in Mark Zuckerberg's pocket. That's what you get. All right. So I'm going to read the super chat shortly, but I just want to I want to go over one more thing before we open up the chat. And that is the Black borrowers that are now mad at the banks. Black borrowers are mad at the banks. Now, they're saying Wells Fargo, Navy Federal, all of these things, right? Wells Fargo, Navy Federal, and everything like that. Well, before I deep dive into it, let me just play the video for you guys to give you an update, to give you a general idea of why Black folks are mad. And then we're going to have a conversation.
And exclusive reporting shows that Navy Federal Credit Union has the widest disparity in conventional mortgage approval rates between white and black borrowers of any major lender. This is the nation's largest credit union. It serves military members, defense personnel, veterans, and their families.
But guess what? Anybody can go and get an account at Navy Federal.
And CNN's Renee Marsh found that it rejected more than half its black conventional mortgage applicants last year.
But it really is a nice neighborhood, you know.
Baba Tandi, a Kenyan immigrant turned Texas entrepreneur, knew this was his dream home the moment he saw it. It's in a highly sought-after school district that his son so desperately wanted to attend for its basketball program.
So how many homes did you look at before you found this one and said this was it?
We had about 6, but this was the one that we all wanted, and we were all praying to get this one.
Otandi's first choice for his...
If you got to pray in order to, let me just say this. If you have to pray in order to get approved for something, you probably shouldn't do it. If you got to pray for it, Lord, please give me, make sure that we get approved for it. If you got to pray for it, then you probably shouldn't even do it. But I haven't seen the story. I'm going to just go ahead and play it.
His mortgage was Navy Federal Credit Union. It services military members, defense personnel, veterans, and their families, and is the largest credit union in the country.
I was the CEO of my company, so I had a pretty good income.
Your credit was in the 700s.
Mm-hmm.
You had recently sold your house. Mm-hmm. You had $100,000 for the down payment, which was more than 20%.
Correct. I mean, what more could you ask for?
CNN.
Man, that thing was balling on the low, though. If we just want to keep it 100. If we're going to keep it 100, I can't even find nothing wrong. So you was making a lot of money. You had more than a 20% down payment. And you had a 700 plus credit score. All right, let me see the rest of the video. Let me see I'm going to be open and I'm going to be honest. I'm going to see the rest of the video. You know what I'm saying? Jesus.
And reviewed Otandi's financial documents. He even had a pre-approval letter from Navy Federal in hand. But just 2 weeks before closing.
I got a denial. They sent me a letter saying, "We're sorry, but your application has been denied."
Were you stunned, surprised?
I mean, I was stunned. I was shocked. I was hurt.
The denial letter listed excessive obligations in relation to income as the reason.
When they denied is when we came back and said, "Oh man, there's something else going on."
And what?
Wait. Excessive obligations in relation to income. Okay, so just because you have the 20% down payment or just because you got a high credit score doesn't automatically qualify you for approval. One of the things that lenders, I'm not going to say all lenders as it relates to mortgages, look for, but the requirements tightened after 2008. And the reason why the requirements tightened after 2008, and they didn't necessarily do them wrong, but one of the reasons why the requirements tightened after 2008 was because there was a lot of fraud and a lot of scamming and a lot of people were getting approved for loans, but they couldn't necessarily afford the house, right? And so one of the things that they do, and one of the reasons why they have safeguards and, you know, different people that's within the organization to then determine whether or not you can actually afford the home, even if you put 20% down, it doesn't necessarily qualify you. Now, that doesn't say that he's unqualified, but I'm giving context on both sides so we can look at this objectively. If you have a lot of stuff in your name, you got a lot of cars, you got a lot of credit cards or whatever, so on and so forth, you may have a decent credit score, but then you may have a lot of obligations that's tied to it. You may have a decent, because obviously the 20% that he had to put down over $100,000 came as a result of him saying that he had already sold his previous home. So he had a lot of money or a lump sum left over from the equity that he made as a result of selling his previous home. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you qualify for the amount or the type of home that you wanted, right? And again, I don't know his situation, but I also know that they also look at your debt to income ratio. They look at your affordability based off of the fact of, you know, how many car notes do you have? How many of this? How many of that? Maybe you had a bunch of stuff in your name or whatever, your mama's car, your sister's car, or whatever like that. And so when they say that they was praying to get the house or to get approved, even if you got a pre-approval letter, once they go through their processes and they go through, I forgot what you call them. Gosh, it's slipping my mind right now. The it's the people that go through and make sure that you got all of your documents and all of that other type of stuff. I'll remember it a little bit later. But when they go through and they look at your income and then your interest rate and all of the things and your affordability, even if you got 20% down, it does not automatically qualify you for the home. That's what a lot of people don't understand. But anyways, let's continue. I want to see what the rest of the story got to say.
When they denied is when we came back and said, oh man, there's something else going on.
And what did you think that something else was?
Discrimination.
But it wasn't just a Tondi. Thousands of other Black applicants were also rejected. According to a CNN analysis of federal consumer protection data, last year, Navy Federal Credit Union only approved 48%. That's less than half of its Black applicants for conventional home mortgages. White borrowers were approved more than 75% of the time. It's the biggest gap among the top 50 lenders. The data also shows Navy Federal was more than twice as likely to deny Black mortgage applicants than white ones, even when different variables, including income, debt, property value, and down payment percentage, were the same.
I feel validated at one point, but also I feel a bit of anger because...
Where did they find this guy from? And why did they... Because I need to know... How did they know that he was Black is one of the things that I'm trying to figure out.
It shouldn't be happening.
Was this his name?
2 weeks after Navy Federal rejected him, another bank approved a Tondi for a mortgage. Navy Federal Credit Union denied CNN's request for an on-camera interview. In a statement, it said it is committed to equal and equitable lending practices.
I'm trying to understand what the problem is. Okay, so, well, I'll get to that in a minute. Let me look at the rest of the show before I make my own conclusion. And then I'm going to drop the link in the chat after I read the super chats.
An analysis does not account for major criteria required by any financial institution to approve a mortgage loan. That includes credit scores, which are not public. Navy Federal declined to provide additional data. We asked Navy Federal why Bob Otondi's loan was denied, but they declined to comment, citing member privacy. CNN's analysis does not prove discrimination, but it does show dramatic racial disparities in who Navy Federal rejects and approves for conventional mortgage loans.
The Black-white homeownership gap and the Latino-white homeownership gap today are both wider than they were in 1968 when we passed the Federal Fair Housing Act.
Lisa Rice has spent decades as a fair housing advocate. She says the disparities in Navy Federal's lending data are alarming and an extreme example of a bigger problem.
It's definitely a larger systemic issue, and we know that we have a long history of redlining and a long history of lending discrimination in this nation. Well, all of that data that is sort of tainted.
I'm trying to hold back till I get the entire gist of the article.
With bias is being used to develop the credit scoring systems.
We got the house, thank God, and we moved on. But what about the ones who are denied? What about the ones who now can't get their own dream house? It's something that's going to affect the generation all the way down to their kids.
Well, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which oversees consumer lending, says that they do not comment on specific institutions, but they do conduct their own investigations to ensure that banks and credit unions are following fair
I'm about to drop the link in the chat.
lending practices, Jake.
What should people do if they think they have been discriminated against?
Well, you have your local housing and urban development, as well as the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Those are two agencies in which you should file a complaint if you feel you've been discriminated against. I've had people reach out to me since we filed this story and said, should we avoid putting any demographic information on our documents? And the downside of that is that we then no longer have that data to track like we did with this story today.
Fascinating stuff. Renee Marsh, thank you so much.
Fascinating stuff because, in my opinion, it's all BS. It's all BS. All right, so I got a couple different points that I'm going to make, and then I'm going to drop the link in the chat for y'all to be able to say whatever it is, or I'm going to pin the link to the chat for y'all to say whatever it is that y'all want to say. Number one, my first thing is we don't have all of the details as to why they rejected anybody or why they're rejecting anybody, right? And you can't use numbers and say, well, 77 or 70 something percent of white people versus 50 something percent of black people are getting approved, and so it's a big gap or anything like that. You can't do that. And the reason that you can't do that is because each individual situation is different. How do we know that disproportionately more black people wasn't trying to scam, or that they have a greater debt to income ratio, or they had lower overall scores, or a lot of different other things? There's so many factors that can go into it, but that's not even my main problem. I don't care about that. That's irrelevant to me. The other side of it is, why do you give a F? Look, man, it reminds me of, and again, I'm open to being wrong, so I dropped the link in the chat for y'all to be able to hold me accountable if you think that I'm wrong. It reminds me of people that go into a store and say, well, they discriminated against me because they thought that I was trying to steal, or they wouldn't let me buy a belt, or they wouldn't do this, or they wouldn't do that, so on and so forth, right? And my thing is always, why do you feel obligated to do business with people who you feel like is not willing to do or want to do business with you? For me, that's an opportunity for me to take my business elsewhere, or it motivates me to do my own thing so that I can then justify my purchases with people that actually want to do business with me. Listen, I'm so motivated, and I'm so much of a hustler, and I move a little bit differently than everybody else. I'll pin the link to the top of the chat. That I genuinely don't care, and I'm cool with people discriminating against me. Because then that means if I'm truly qualified, then somebody else want to do business with me. I'll give you an example. I know this is an extreme example, but it's just something that just popped up on the top of my head, right? My first choice in car that I was about to purchase, because a lot of y'all know that I just purchased a Porsche, and I'm going to drop that video on the Anton Daniels channel either this week or next week, as soon as it get edited. My first choice was actually a G63. I was going to buy a G-Wagon, right? And I'm buying it for my business, and it's a lot of changes that we making going forward in 2024. So I anticipated buying a G-Wagon, but every single dealership that I called, and as a Mercedes customer, as a person that actually, I bought my S-Class. My S-Class isn't even 2 years old. It's like 1.5 years old, I believe, or something like that. As a Mercedes customer, I'm like, man, this should be easy. So I go and I called, they didn't have any here in Michigan. I called a dealer in Akron, Ohio, and then I called one in Miami because I'm going to be in Miami next week, right? And so I called and I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I want to get a G63 or whatever. And they like, oh, man, it's going to be a wait or whatever. Oh, man, but we might have one coming in for you. And the reason that I called Florida was because Florida be having them. California be having them. Florida be having them. Michigan be a little tight on their inventory because we don't buy as many, or we don't have the market for it as much as they may have down in Florida. So I called down to Florida. And plus Miami is a second home for me. And so I called down there and they said, but, we putting a $50,000 premium on all G-Wagons. They said we putting a $50,000 premium on G63s, and we putting a $25,000 premium on 550s, on G550s, right? I'm like, I don't want to pay that. I don't want to pay $50,000 over asking, and I'm paying for it because they was already mad at the fact that I wasn't financing, right? And so they like, well, we putting premium on all of them, and we mainly selling them for Florida residents. I'm like, I got a residence in Florida, whatever, so on and so forth. But it was like they was trying to put me through too many hoops in order to go and acquire the car, right? Because they knew that they had the capacity to be able to sell it because it's a hot truck, and so they got kind of like a waiting list for it. Same thing in Michigan. If I was to get on the waiting list for it, it would take 2 years, $50,000 additional above the MSRP. Same thing in Ohio, so on and so forth, right? And so that's just the thing that Mercedes dealers, not Mercedes-Benz the company, but Mercedes dealers, and they need to get that stuff under control. And so I said, you know what? Why would I go where they tolerating me like they doing me a favor in order to buy the car that I have money to buy, instead of just going and going where I actually like the vehicles, and I really, really enjoy my Porsche. I've been enjoying my Porsche. I got a Taycan that I've had for about 2 years now, and I've really loved that car. I mean, it's my favorite car in the fleet so far. And so I called Porsche and I said, yo, I'm looking for that new 2024 Cayenne, because that was it was like 1A and 1B. I said, the 2024 Cayenne, y'all got one? I called Porsche in Ann Arbor. They said, yeah, we got something for you. I said, is it beautiful? They said, Anton, we know exactly what you want. They got the red interior, this and that, so on and so forth. I said, cool. This is what I called them yesterday. Today, they said, listen, you ain't even got to come into the dealership. We going to do everything electronically. They just sent me the documents. I just signed it. I wired over the money earlier this morning. They said, we going to have it delivered to you. No overcharging, no none of that other type of stuff. They going to deliver it to me. I ain't got to go through the halls. I ain't got to pay an extra $50,000 in order to do it. And to be honest with you, I'm saving myself probably about another $150,000, because the Cayenne, it's a little over $100,000. And then the Porsche, the G63, it's a little over $200,000. Plus, I would have had to pay an additional $50,000 over it just to be able to get it, right? And it's like, why would I overpay you for the privilege of you selling me a product that don't even make sense? And so I went with, and it was a reality check for me, because it brought me back into the space. And I'm like, man, I just saved myself $150,000 and I'm gonna throw that money over into the market anyway. It was a reality check, and it was just like, I'm not going to pay you for the privilege of doing business with you. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to go where I want to do business. I don't feel obligated. You don't owe me to do business with me. That's your choice as a business. I don't owe you the privilege of giving you my money. And so I'm generally going to be more loyal to the place. And I called the same dealer that I bought my other Porsche from. I'm going to be loyal to the space that actually wants me to patronize them. And is it going to accept my business? The same way that he went over and he decided, okay, I'm not going to go with Navy Federal. I'm going to go with somebody else. Guess what? They're going to sell your mortgage anyway. Whoever it is that you got a mortgage through, they going to sell your mortgage within 5 years to a different company, and you ain't going to have no choice over where they can give your mortgage over to anyway. Right? So my point is like, why are y'all so desperate to give your money to people if you feel like, which I don't believe that you even being discriminated against, but let's say, for example, you are. Okay, cool. We'll go where it is that they want to do business with you, or make the adjustment, right? I don't feel like I need to do business with any bank anymore. Once I got to the point to where I was beyond banks, I'm not even financing with banks no more. I'm not financing houses with banks. I'm just going to build it out of my own pocket, and I'm going to become the bank. I'm going to become the thing that I want to see, and then I'm going to be the one that's doing the discriminating as far as who I want to do business with. You know what I'm saying? So people need to get out of this, specifically black culture, in my opinion. And again, I'm open to being wrong on this. This is my opinion. People need to stop feeling like somebody owes them to do business with you. This is the same thing that y'all asked for and then y'all complained about when it came to segregation. First you said, oh my God, I want to be a part of white people. I want to be able to move into your neighborhood. I want to do this and do that. And so they said, okay, we'll come in. And then now in 2022 and 2023, when you ain't getting your way, you saying, oh, Martin Luther King led us wrong. He said that he might have been leading his people into a burning house. We should have did differently. Man, you got a choice to do whatever it is that you want to do when you want to do it. You don't have to live here. You can live anywhere you want in the United States of America if you got the resources to move over in there. They don't have to do business with you. They don't have to patronize you. You don't have to patronize them. If you want to do something differently, then make an adjustment. You don't have to go to that particular college. You don't have to do business with that particular bank. Go where it is that you can do business, and if you don't like the system, then change it and be different, right? Make the sacrifice so that your kids can benefit off the fact that they don't have to do business with a bank. You don't have to get a mortgage, and certainly you don't have to get it through them. So I don't need any justification through Navy Federal. I'm not interested in doing business. I don't have an account with Navy Federal. I'm not tripping off of Navy Federal. You see what I'm saying? I'm the bank. I'm the bank. You can't complain about not being a part of segregation and then complain about the fact that you're a part of segregation, because then that just means that you're running in the victim Olympics. You're going to complain either way about your circumstance, because the only thing you care about is feeling good instead of solving for the problem. I don't need anybody to come in and fix my neighborhood. We're going to cut the grass. We're going to make sure that we prevent people from coming into our neighborhoods. We're going to call the police when the people come over here and they litter. We're going to make sure that we put speed bumps up. We're going to make sure that our roads are straight. We're going to walk our kids to school. We're going to get a round-the-clock neighborhood watch. We're going to make sure that our neighbor is taken care of. We're going to check on each other. We're going to make sure that we do all of the things. The community organization and the community watch was never dependent on the police. The police was supposed to be after the crime had already happened, but how you prevent it is being able to make sure that your stuff is conducive to what it is that you got going on. Sherwood Forest in Detroit has always been one of the most prominent neighborhoods inside of the city. They've never experienced the type of crime that the rest of Detroit have. They've always had their own security. They always had their own neighborhood watches. They always took pride. You knew when you drove down Sherwood Forest that you wasn't going to pull the same shit that you was pulling over in the rest of Detroit. You can gentrify your own neighborhood. You can bring up your own property values. You don't have to wait for nobody to save you. Y'all waiting for a savior? You waiting for somebody to fix you? You want somebody to give you a loan? You want to be equal to the man? You want to make sure you got the same opportunities, that you going diversity, equity, and inclusion, even though you didn't get the same grades? You want to feel good about yourself. You want the same thing. You want the same. Then when you can't fucking afford the house, and when you get your shit foreclosed on, you're going to be blaming it on the banks. You know what they blamed on? You know what's the funny thing? The reason why I wasn't mad at 2008 is because it was a market correction. And the funniest part about it, even though the banks were supposed to be held accountable for what it is that they did, nobody forced your ass to go in there and apply for a loan that you couldn't afford in the first place. Nobody told you to go out there and get that 707 horsepower Hellcat. Nobody told you that you was obligated to get a new car. Nobody told you that you had to go and apply for something or finesse for it, or that you deserved a PPP loan. Nobody told you to do it. You walked in there, you signed the paperwork, and you bought it yourself, and you made yourself available to it. So whose fault? Who deserves equal responsibility to it? That's the same conversation we having with relationships. Stop blaming the man for everything. When you chose your baby daddy, you knew that nigga wasn't shit, and you still decided that you wanted to lay down with him and have children with him, and now you blaming him, only him, on the fact that he not paying child support when he wasn't paying child support for his other two kids when he got with you. We told you to marry before you carry, but you had to open up your legs. Why? Because everybody else was doing it, so why should I be held accountable for it? You need to take control of your own life and stop blaming everybody else for your problems. I don't give a fuck if Navy Federal got a 0% rate of approving black people. Guess what? I'm not worried about Navy Federal. I don't need them. I don't need Navy Federal. Give a fuck if you redline me. I don't plan on selling my houses anyway. You need me to approve you to get in my house to even be able to have a place to live. Now what? Now what? How the tables have turned. You calling me, asking me, and vetting me and asking me whether or not I could approve you so that you can become one of my renters. How about that? I'm the lender. When I just did, literally 2 weeks ago, when I gave all of that money out to the Patreon members every single year in order to fund their businesses, I don't need nobody. I don't need you. I don't need no institution. The reason why we interview is to vet out whether or not it's a good fit in both ways, meaning that I got recruited to come and work at your company. I didn't ask, I didn't apply for your company. You recruited me, and now I'm interviewing you to figure out whether or not it's going to be a good fit. That's how you turn the tables around. It's a mentality. I don't go where I'm tolerated. I had to check myself and say, why the fuck do I want to have to do business with these punk-ass dealers that's trying to charge me 50% over asking price? For what? I don't even want it that bad. I like the Cayenne better. Now they're going to deliver it to me, and they happy to have my business. And I ain't got nothing bad to say about them because they just doing business according to the demand that they got. I can't blame them for charging $50,000 over it when people are willing to pay it. I'm just not. I'm unwilling to pay it. Now what? And everybody goes away happy. And I don't need anybody. I got my car. I got my insurance. I wired over the money as soon as the bank opened this morning. We good. Everybody is happy. I'm not looking to get you to try to do business with me based off of identity politics. Fuck you. Everybody not going to subscribe to your channel. Cool. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go that much harder for the people that rock with me. Shout out to the Chasers. Link is in the description of this video. I go that much harder for the people that love me. I'm sorry. I ain't mean to curse. Sorry, the church, Anton. Thank y'all for correcting me. I appreciate y'all. This is why I love y'all. Y'all gonna correct me. I'm gonna go that much harder for the people that love me. I never understood why people gave more incentives to people that wasn't even rocking with them in the first place to try to get them to come to their channel. I'd rather spend more time and more energy towards pouring into the people that's been supporting me this entire time. The Yockers, the Kojaks, the Tamouts, the Daniels, the Ashes, the Osriels, the all of the people that's been rocking with me for an extended period of time. I give all of my incentives to the people that's been with me. I ain't trying to recruit people to be a part of this. They should want to feel obligated to try to get in instead of me trying to recruit you to be. I hated companies that always gave discounts to the new customers. Give it to the customers that's already been rocking with you and been loyal with you for the experience. I do it for you, not for them. I do it for you, not for them. I ain't worried about what everybody else is talking about. I'm worried about what we got going on and what we building from scratch. That's who I pour my resources and my donations and my gifts into. Let them stand on the outside wishing that they could be a part of something great. Stop wishing for somebody to want to be a part of your organization, chasing them up, licking them up. I want to be a part of your sorority. I'll let you take a dump on my chest. I'll let you haze me. Why would you want to be a part of an organization that's looking to embarrass you in order to qualify you as to whether or not you'll be a good follower? I'm not looking for followers. I'm looking for future leaders. I'm not looking for followers. I'm looking for future leaders. You could never get me to join a fraternity because I was never interested in trying to qualify myself and prove myself to a bunch of people as to how I can add value and pay your fucking dues. What you mean? Anything that I've ever done, I've always looked to add value first. You're going to see the value that I have first. We're going to reciprocate and we're going to build each other up. I'm not looking for anybody that's not looking to be better than me. I'm looking for future leaders, not people that can follow me off a cliff. I don't want you to follow me off a cliff. I want you to see me crashing the fuck out and then grab me by the shirt and say, Anton, don't fall off a cliff. The same way that y'all do in the chat all the time. Y'all do it all the time. Y'all call me out. Y'all say, Anton, don't do no story on that one. Anton, I don't want you to do no interview with that one because they toxic. Anton, make sure you protect your brand. Hey, don't say nothing about Anton. I see y'all fighting on my behalf, going to different people's chats, coming at people. I be having to tell my people, hey, don't go after that person. Let them be. They about to crash out because y'all putting pressure on these motherfuckers. That's what we do over here at the Chasers. We don't wait for people to give us permission. We ask for forgiveness. It's different. Hey, forgive my people from going over there and trying to destroy you. Nigga, you mentioned the wrong one. Remember who you talking to, big dog. We don't do it. We don't do it the way that the world do it. We not looking for validation. We looking for appreciation. Because we know the value that we bring into the world and we know we can take over any space. We just not finished building up yet. We haven't realized our greatness yet. Man, don't get me started, bro. You know me. Y'all about to turn this into a Wednesday night. I don't need nobody. The only thing that I need is my 2 hands, my 2 feet, and I will build it from scratch. If it take me 10 years to build it out the mud without any kind of financing from a bank, I can do that. I'm willing to sacrifice and do that. I don't need anything. Now, can we do business? If it makes sense for the both of us, sure. But I don't feel like I need you. I'm not going to qualify for you. Do you qualify for me to be able to give you my business? If not, then I'm discriminating against you, not the other way around. If I don't go to your business, then you don't have no customers. What y'all so worried about anybody else thinking? What you care? I know Navy Federal wouldn't approve us. Y'all weird to me, bro. Y'all weird to me. Let me read some of the super chats and then I'm going to bring y'all up, man. Daniel Gordon is in the building. I appreciate you, Daniel. Thank you. Thank you for holding me down, big dog. Thank you, Daniel. Says, I just started, saw a title where it said, oh, yeah, I read that one. Shout out to Daniel. I appreciate you, big dog. Bitcoin Brown is in the building. Says, 2024 Anton Daniels tour going to be epic. Boss can't wait for the bag chasing as a lifestyle. Up 3K today from crypto investments. Shout out to my dog, Bitcoin Brown is in the building. I appreciate you, big dog. Bag for bag says, DJ Envy attracts scammers like a moth to flame. Nah, y'all can't pin that on Envy. Not this one. Says, this will hurt men and women for getting positions at tech companies because of this. I've been in tech space for 18 years. I'm a director level, so it makes it harder for black people to be hired. Utter trash she is. Facts. I agree with you. Mr. Tamrez says you have to be military affiliated to bank with Navy Federal. No, they finessing. They do great work, never heard of any issues. I don't think it's Navy Federal that got a problem, but we just gonna leave that open. And Jay Hunter Lee says, Brother AD, he may have the same result from a black-owned bank. What do you think? Go where you're. I don't believe in color. Not as far as determining whether or not I'm gonna rock out with you. I think the things that make us unique is our differences, our colors, the length of our hands, how tall we are, whether we male or we female. That's what separates us and makes us unique. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to use that in order to discriminate against other people. You know what I'm saying? Time Out says, I hope you and your family enjoy the holidays. Y'all gonna be with me. Daniel says, Anton, you remind me of Franklin from Snowfall, only the legit version. I've never seen Snowfall. Maybe I'll watch a little bit over this weekend. Easy Money is in the building, says, go where you treat it. Best your dollars matters. I appreciate you. McCole Faith and Fitness in Motion says, now that's some preaching. A little something for the offering plate. AD, thanks for the shout out to my chasers. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all to everybody that continues to add value and hold me down. All right, so I'm gonna start bringing y'all up. Glow in the building. Shout out to Glow. Y'all don't have to cam up either. I just want to make sure that I emphasize that. Hold on. What up, Glow? What's the word?
Man, what's up? What's up? My bad. Let me I got you playing on my TV, dog.
Yeah, go ahead and mute that one, big dog.
I mean all the topics that you talk about, they're consistently relevant to like American culture and just like American economics. Like a lot of it is a cultural issue. Like where a lot of American society is based in individualism. And so we don't really think about investing totally in anything outside of ourselves and our family. So it kind of causes a sort of narcissism, you know, and feeding into your narcissism kind of drains resources from everybody else. This is why you have like a lot of politicians and things like that that have their own special interests, you know, outside of the interest of the American people. And it plays out, it plays out right in front of our faces. Like when we sit up here and we watch like what would I say, like the stocks and stuff like that. I don't really like follow it too closely, but I do listen to a lot of these things that break down like our economic structure. Like I love your idea about proposing building more opportunities to create taxes to reinvest into these very damaged communities.
Well, part of the problem within these communities, like for example, we heard Brandon Johnson talking about Chicago, is that these communities don't necessarily add value into the city, meaning that it takes more resources for them to police it, service it, help it, ambulance, fires, so on and so forth. But they pay the least into the pot as far as property taxes. So they're drawing the most resources, but they're not necessarily adding the most value into the coffer, right? And most of these people that claim they hood don't even own their own hood. So the first question that you have to ask yourself is, how do we stem the bleeding? That's where the police comes in, and that's where you have to participate with the police in order to solve most of the problems that's in your community. That's number one. Number two, you have to start asking yourself, okay, so how do we fix our communities? And that can't come from the government. The government can't do it. They can incentivize you to do it for yourself, but they can't do it for you. It causes for you to have a different mindset and community-based leadership within that infrastructure in order for you to be successful. So then you have to cut your grass. Then you have to call the police. Then you have to make sure that people is not finessing. Then you got to make sure that your neighbor ain't smoking trees all day, every day, and messing up the community values. Then you got to make sure that you're not, little man over there ain't running in, and everybody know that man is the robbing crew. You have to take some accountability for what's happening within your own space, and people need to get the beam out of their own eye before they start looking for the federal government to fix their situation. And that's not happening. And so it has to be a multi-level approach, but at the same time, at the fundamental level, we have to be willing to embrace what it is that we're supposed to do as far as on the legislative level, right? You got to get the police, you got to get safety, you got to get control of what's happening within your community, and you have to, under any circumstance, I don't care if you bring a fucking tank in that bitch, you have to, I'm sorry. excuse my French, you got to control what is happening, and you got to stop letting people take control of what's going on in their neighborhoods. Otherwise, you're just going to never stem the bleeding. You're just going to have people complaining until somebody comes in and gentrify it. And what gentrification? How do you gentrify a place, right? Well, you go in, you buy everything up, and then you completely let it destroy itself. That's the best way to gentrify something, is that you let people destroy themselves, and then you buy it cheap, and then you start moving them out. You start making it unaffordable for them to be able to stick around, right? Even to the point to where you can you can destroy the community so much. And I'm talking about us, our own self-inflicted wounds. We can destroy our own community so much. We don't want to be there. Nobody wants to be a part of the hood. And then they get mad when people take over the hood as though it was something that they wanted in the first place.
Right. Right.
It's crazy.
We be selling our rights away and don't even realize that we're selling our rights away when
No,
we
we
buy
sell
into these
ourselves
social
out.
welfare programs.
We sell ourselves out.
I totally agree.
Everything that we got going on within our own communities is self-inflicted. We have other people that are a smaller part of the population that don't look like us that can go in and they can be much more successful than us. You know, the only people that suffer more than us as far as economic growth and everything like that, you know, the only people that's worse than us? I watched
I'll take a guess.
What?
I want to say Hispanic.
Nope.
Hispanic people.
Nope. Indians.
Why was that that was low key in my mind first, but the Hispanic people came across first because we were talking about the immigrant crisis and stuff like that.
And I'm not talking about Indians with the dot. I'm talking about Indians that's on a reservation.
Oh wow, I didn't see that one coming.
Reservation. If you go to any reservation, we got plenty of them here in Michigan. Go to any reservation. The only thing that they usually have is casinos. And casinos are some of the worst things that you can have in your community. Go to any reservation, Native American reservation, and the only things that they usually have in those places is casinos. They have some of the highest drug use, some of the worst poverty rates. They have some of the most sickening and egregious situations that you could ever see. It is some of the worst things that you would ever see. People think that the hood is bad. They have no clue of how these Native Americans are living. If you think your hood is bad, go to an American Indian reservation inside of your closest state and go and see how they live it. It's horrible. Listen, black people think that they are the most oppressed. They have nothing. And when I say nothing, nothing on what's happening on these reservations. Nothing.
That's very shocking, honestly. Like, and then seeing as though that we kind of like, I mean, we did. I don't want to say we, but you know, America was taken. You know, we took America from the Indians, or like, you know, the imperialists took America from the Indians, and
No,
like
they
we
lost.
went through.
They lost.
They lost. Exactly. Yes.
They lost.
Yes.
They got invaded and they lost. Just like every other civilization that got destroyed, right? You lost. Somebody came in and they said, all right, I like y'all women, but I don't like what it is that the men is doing over here. I think I'm going to take this over.
Yeah.
and they lost. They lost. We lost. Black people lost. Indians lost. We lost for different reasons, but different circumstances, different contexts, but they lost. They lost. If China come over here today and beat the fuck out of us, we lost. Ain't no asking for forgiveness. We lose. They lost.
There's too much interest in like foreign affairs, and like I believe that like our infrastructure is crumbling because of this reason. Like you have 2 or 3 major world conflicts that we're invested in: Taiwan, Israel, and the Ukraine conflict. And it's like we're sending hundreds of millions of dollars to multiple of these, and like we're pretty much inciting these wars. And I guess it's like kind of like an old adage to like the we're trying to get to the point where like there's I'm theorizing that we're getting to the point where they're trying to have an economic boom that's like very similar to World War II, when we had that large economic boom that everybody had prosperity of after that age. But I don't think that is going to work that way, because the political and economic landscape has changed so much because of technology and industrialization.
Well, we're gonna find out, aren't we? I appreciate you, Glow. Let me get some other people up here real quick.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
All right, I'm gonna go to Colin and I'm gonna go to Tony. Let me see something. Give me a second.
Hello.
Hold on one second, Colin. Give me a second, big dog.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, Colin?
How you doing, man? Doing well.
Chilling, my friend. What's the word?
Nothing much, man. It's actually wild that I'm on this live with you. I'll tell you this, man. My mom is probably one of your biggest fans. She watches you all the
My
time.
Dukes, tell my Dukes I said what up, though.
Man, she put me on to you. She would call me and be like, man, Anton said this, Anton said that. So
Oh,
she was
your
the one
mama
who
a
was like,
real one. Tell moms I said what up,
she,
though.
oh yeah, she rock with you. So she told me that I should get into tech sales. So I started looking into it.
Beautiful career. She right.
Yes. I signed up with Course Careers, but halfway through, I realized they're just teaching me the lingo, and so I just started interviewing. And in 3 months, I got 2 offers. So I'm kind of trying to figure out which one I should take. And so I
Okay, give
figured,
me the details of them.
Okay, so first one came from Salesforce,
Mm-hmm.
business development rep, base pay 63.6, OTE 97, 4 days in the office. That's pretty much straightforward. I'll be selling into the manufacturing industry.
Okay.
So that's number one. Second one is a startup company, about 70 employees. Switch is the company. They sell the EV chargers for electrical vehicles out of Canada. They are at 65 base. This was the interesting part. They said a variable of 20K, but they said that commission is uncapped.
What's the commission? Well, how do they structure their commission?
That is my next question. I'm actually having a meeting with her later on today to really dive deep into that. But so far, what I was able to gather was there's per quarter of $5,000. If you hit your marks, $5,000 per quarter that they give you, that equals up to 20. But it's uncapped. So I asked her, I was like, so why
What do you
do
mean
need
it's
to
uncapped?
uncapped as in if I make more than I guess the projected 20K, then I get more. Does that make sense?
How long have they been in existence?
2016.
And then how much have they grown? Like, what is sales like?
Right now, I believe they're privately owned 25 million. I want to say from the last time that I checked.
And then
Good part about it is work from
who
home.
are your
I don't want to do that.
customers? Who are your potential customers?
So they want me specifically, to reach out to apartment complexes, and what was it? I got it written here.
In order to basically install electric vehicle chargers?
Correct. And then there's an app and software that comes along with it.
I have not heard that great of things about Salesforce specifically. I've known people that work for Salesforce that washed out. To be honest with you, but they are a more reputable company, and it sounds like
Sure.
you really, really have to hustle. Because the one thing
At
about
Salesforce?
Salesforce, no, at the EV company. Because the one thing, well, I don't know what the pitch is yet. The one thing about business to business sales is that you got to hustle. The one thing about Salesforce is, yeah, you trying to get new customers, but it's also a retention thing, right? And they also have a name that's nationally recognized, and they also have a customer base that's very strong, right? Most companies do business with Salesforce. So, for example, I work for a bank, right? And for the bank that I work for, I understand that a lot of our customer service size side is maintained by Salesforce. So, for example, if you call into the call center, or you usually are routed through Salesforce in order for you to be able to eventually get to an agent, right? Or if an agent answers the phone, they have a set of software that they're basically selecting whatever it is that you are talking through in order to
Sure.
find a possible solution for whatever it is that you're looking for, right? Or if you are trying to do something like doing chat, right? You're trying to do a chat on while you're logged into whatever it is that you're logged into, then Salesforce is the software that's actually behind whatever that chat is,
Right.
routing you to wherever it is that you want to go, right? So Salesforce already kind of have a name, and then they already have great business relationships. So the problem isn't necessarily whether or not you should, Salesforce is an option, because for me right now, based off of what you're describing to me, Salesforce seems like the better option. And the only reason that I say that is it's not because it's not more upside with the EV one, but I don't know exactly what that entails. That's different than software tech sales. You know what I'm saying? That's more or less that hustle and bustle, business to business, going to get it. You got to convince apartment complexes, you got to convince businesses in order to embrace the EV revolution. I don't know what that investment entails. You know what I'm saying? So
Sure.
it's a lot harder of a sale, I believe. I think that you'll learn a lot more. I think that you'll be a better salesperson if you went with the startup. But on the safer side, for me, I would recommend you probably go more with Salesforce. But
Salesforce.
a
Okay.
decision yet unless you ask these questions, because these are the questions now that you have two offers on the table. What that allows for you to do is to be a lot more forthcoming and to vet more effectively. So let's just say, for example, you got the Salesforce thing in the back pocket and you say, okay, well, I got this and I can take that no matter what, right? You can take the Salesforce, but now this calls for you to ask more pertinent questions, for you to deep dive more into exactly what the upside is going to be, to maybe negotiate for a better salary if you was going to go to the other company. You leverage the fact that you got Salesforce in order to make sure that you can get the most out of, and then you basically create not a barrier, but you create a line that they have to cross in order to incentivize you to go with the other company, because you
Got
already
you.
in your back pocket. See, it's different. It's different if you don't have no job or no options, and you basically gonna take whatever it is that you're gonna get. But
Right.
think about it from a personal perspective. Let's say you got a job and you're doing really well and you're making six figures. For me, the first thing that I'm gonna say is, man, I ain't going nowhere because I'm already straight unless they giving me at least 75,000, 50,000, 75,000 more than what I'm already making. If somebody come with a crazy offer like that, I can't ignore it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you take that same mindset and approach since you're getting two offers, but then you're a lot more pertinent with the questions and the conversations that you're going to have in order to make sure you fully understand what you're getting yourself into. What is the barrier to entry? What is the average that most people are hitting? What are your top salespeople doing? How long have they been with the company? What exactly are they looking to do as far as sales wise or growth wise? Can I get any equity in the company? What is the opportunity to move up within the company? Those are the type of questions that you want to ask them, because you're comfortable with the fact that you already got something in your back pocket on this other end. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So
Sure.
now you
Yeah.
operate
Okay.
without fear. You interviewing them just as much as they interviewing you.
Sure. Yeah, and I know the charging company, because they are growing. They just hired 10 more people. They are creating new positions, so I will be able to move up fast. And there are some stock options as well too. That was in my offer
Well, you
letter
need
as well
you
too.
need to ask all those questions. You genuinely need to ask all those questions. Make them sell you on going with the company versus you selling them, because you already got an opportunity. But you need to do it quickly, because it ain't no telling how long that other opportunity is gonna last.
Yeah. No, I got to the 20th with Salesforce, so I'm good on that. But my last question is, I'm just gonna book a coaching call with you. I'm gonna have my meeting with the charging company today. Ask all those questions,
Yeah,
and then
send me an
chop it
email.
up with you.
Send me an email,
I got you.
AntonDaniels413@gmail.com.
Okay, I got you, brother. I appreciate you, man. God bless
Absolutely,
you.
bro. Good job, bro.
Thank you.
My dog, Tony. What up, Tone? Hold on, let me get you up here. What up, Tone?
What's going on, Tom?
Chilling, big dog. How you feel?
Man, I'm good, bro. Now,
What's the word,
I ain't
big
got
dog?
no pushback for you,
Oh man, I'll be looking
but
for the pushback.
on the it's not quite pushback, but it's just another perspective. Because when we talking about the disparity of with the bank loans and all that stuff, like
Mm-hmm.
we always talking about the victims Olympics, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I can still hear you. I'm
the
just grabbing
victims
something.
never for sure. The victims are never the ones that lead the charge.
What do you mean?
So it's like for instance, Cassie. Do you really think Cassie was like, you know what, I'm finna sue Diddy? Or did somebody approach her and say, did you ever have any issues with Diddy when y'all any
Yeah,
this
her
or
boy.
that?
Yeah, her new husband said it.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. So like the mayor of Chicago has to have victims because the Democratic Party is again they lead the charge on victims because same like the example you said with the Indian reservations. The people have the leadership sells out the people. So we got to keep them victims. They like single baby mamas. We get the child support and do what we want with it.
I don't think that. I think that Brandon
But
Johnson truly believes that he's doing the right thing. I think that Brandon
single
Johnson.
baby mamas think they doing the right thing.
No, most baby mamas know they doing the wrong thing. I disagree with you. Most of them hoes know that they finessing. Let's be clear. I think that Brandon Johnson, by all means, really believe. Look, the devil think that he's doing the right thing. I don't know anybody that's
Absolutely.
drug dealers think that they're good for the community because they giving turkeys back and they really believe that they're doing the right thing. I think that most people genuinely believe that they're doing the right thing when they're doing it, even when they're wrong. Paul in the Bible thought that he was doing the right thing by persecuting the saints, and then God had to basically deal with him, and then he opened his eyes. But the reason that God knew that he could use him was because Paul genuinely in his spirit was a good person. He just was misdirected. So I think that Brandon Johnson genuinely believes that he's doing the right thing, but he's wrong. I believe his imitation of Martin Luther King and trying to give a speech is genuinely what he thinks is going to make the most sense for the people. I think that him aligning himself with the church community and all of that other type of stuff, I think he genuinely believes in what it is that he's doing. He's wrong though. I think his
I don't
spirit is
understand
right,
how anybody
but
can think.
I think his spirit is right, but his ability to really, really understand what it takes in order to manage a city is wrong. I think he's wrong.
I mean, taking care of anyone is not the right thing. Outside of handicapped people, like how do you take care of adult men that can take care of themselves? You know what I mean? Like it makes no sense.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You're breaking up, Tony. Tony, you're breaking up. I lost you, bro. All right, I'm gonna go to Dave, and let me go to Dave, see what Dave is talking about. Hopefully, Tone can get back. All right, hold on. What up, Dave?
Hello. What's going on, Mr. Daniels?
Chilling, chilling. Did you want to be on camera?
It doesn't matter.
What's up? What you got for me, big dog?
So the only thing I got is I got a different perspective on the whole Navy Federal case.
Okay, go ahead. Do you want to be on camera?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me.
It's up to you. You got to say yes or no.
No, that's cool. Cause I don't look too. My hair is kind of
All right, go ahead. Give me your perspective.
So the way I look at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
What this guy was trying to break down, right? The whole Black American thing is that Black America wants to be viewed as a colony, right? They want to be viewed as separate, right? And if they want to be viewed as one entity, that means when people come out and say something about a company or whatever, they should all come together and do one action against that company.
Why? What if we don't all believe in what it is that they believe just because they're the color each other
It
same
doesn't.
color?
It doesn't matter. It's just the fact
Why
of
don't it matter?
everybody, because the whole reason they call themselves Black Americans is because they want to be viewed as different. That's the way I see it.
No, I
So I
think you're wrong.
mean,
I think you're wrong.
all right, look at it. Look at it
I
this
think
way.
you're absolutely wrong.
If that news corporation right now was reporting it on um a different set of people, let's say if it was the Jewish community, what do you think they would have done?
What do you mean? What do you think?
I think the very next that day that the story broke, the very next day, every person that identifies as Jewish would be out of that bank and be banking
And
somewhere
you're
else.
wrong. And you know how I know you're wrong?
Yeah.
Because every other culture don't fuck with each other like that. All white people ain't rocking out with all white people. They separate themselves based off of whether or not you a good white person or you a bad white person. You upper class or you lower class. They regularly call each other PWT. That's what they call each other. Everybody don't align themselves. It's people within the Jewish community that don't align with everybody else. If you don't meet certain criteria, or you're not a part of the in club or whatever, so on and so forth, based off of whatever standards that particular community is setting, then you're gonna be outcast. If you can't meet certain criteria or whatever, then you're gonna be outcast. Everybody don't mess with everybody. And that's within every community. If you go over there in Tokyo, or if you go over there, you're talking about Japanese people, there is literally a city dedicated to people that are outcasts, that couldn't hack it, that didn't meet the expectation, and refused to get themselves together within the Japanese culture. Same thing with the Chinese culture. Every other community is not beholden to each other based off of the fact that they all just look like each other or they are the same nationality. That's some
I
black shit.
mean,
That's some black
you
shit.
can't.
And people keep trying to make us all responsible for each other, but we need to separate ourselves and we need to align with people that's going in the direction that we're going in, because the only reason that y'all continue to lose as a community is because you continue to tie yourself to the people that's the worst of the community. And no, I don't feel obligated to go and protest Navy Federal, because Navy Federal should be able to do business with who they want to do business with. If you telling me
Yeah.
that I need to do business with somebody based off of the fact that of group think, you're gonna be hard pressed, because I'm gonna just say fuck you.
Well, I mean, it's not about just what the community thinks or what you think. It's about the fact that look at this. Right now, every college or university that says or do not condone the whole protest of the whole conflict between the Israel and Palestine, every college and every university right now is in front of Congress.
So that's because they publicly funded. You don't see no private colleges up there. When you depend on public funds, then you are subjected to the public's criticism. It's just like the church. It's just like
Harvard,
public
Harvard,
office.
Harvard, Harvard is not a public fund college. That's a private college.
But they're controlled
It's
by
a
their
private
donors.
university.
They're controlled by donors. They're not controlled by Congress. Why do you think that
Exactly.
no. Why do you think that the black woman Claudia Gay still has her job? Because the faculty and the donors and the board decided that they stand with her. It wasn't up to Congress. It didn't matter what the fuck Congress thought.
Some of them
No.
stand with her.
No.
But the reason why
Overwhelmingly,
she's
I
in
did
front
the
of
whole
Congress is
story.
because
I did the whole story. I researched it, and they overwhelmingly stood with her, which is one of the reasons why she still got her job.
yes, because overwhelmingly most of them is not the Jewish people. It's a very
So
small
you know who the
minority.
donor, you know who all of the donors are?
I mean, I'm 100% sure they can't all be Jewish.
Do you know who the donors are? Is what I'm asking.
No, it should be a lot. It's all the
So
past
because you
alumni.
don't know, how can you make draw a conclusion?
Because I know normally it's going to be past alumni, and obviously 2% of a population can't be in control of a big university like that. So,
No, just
I mean,
tell me you don't know.
I wouldn't know for specifics. No.
So you don't know. So what we talking about?
No, but I'm saying based off the population size, it's impossible for them to be 90% of the alumni.
So what are you proposing?
80%, 50%.
What are you proposing?
My proposal is that they should all stand together and do whatever the
Who is
community
they?
says.
Who is they?
I'm speaking for Black Americans.
So black people need to stand together and do what specifically?
Well, I mean, based off what that report just said, the lady basically just gave you the whole blueprint. They said out of 100%.
No. Don't say they. Who specifically?
Well, the news corporation. I forgot who it was.
CNN.
All right,
Okay,
CNN. They basically said less than 50% get approved. For white people, it's
No, they
77%.
said over 50%. It was around 54, 55%, 77%.
No, 48. She literally said 48% get approved. That means over 52% gets denied.
And exclusive.
Trust me, I remember the figures.
Listen, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm okay with that. I don't have to trust you. We can just pull it up. I think you are right. It said 48%.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, no, I'm right. But my thing is that because I'm not
Yep, you're
with
right. You were right. I was wrong. You was absolutely right. 48% approval rate for black applicants. You're right.
That's exactly what I mean, look at that. That's terrible. I mean,
that's less than half of its black.
You are absolutely correct.
Conventional home mortgages. White borrowers were approved more.
All right. So what are we supposed to do?
What I'm saying is that if we all want to be one, just act as one. If it was all we gotta start doing is just think as one community. Because we're already calling ourselves.
What other community think is one community?
I mean, the people call themselves Black Americans. They call themselves Black Americans.
They don't. Some people don't even identify. They don't. Some people identify as some people identify as foundational Black Americans. The very person that they was interviewing is not even a person that he's not even a foundational Black American. He looks to be a foreigner that then was eventually moved to the United States of America. He don't even look like he was born here in America. Correct. Most Black people don't even rock with Black people that's not from here.
Yeah, but he's got to.
Most Nigerians don't even rock with Black people that's American. That was American originally born here. Most Jamaicans don't even look at themselves as Black people. So what are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying that the thing is that when he fills out a employment form, he has to put something.
No, he doesn't. And you do not have to put your nationality on an employment form. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if you got to fill out an employment form anymore.
Yeah, you got.
Where are y'all getting this from?
You got to put something. You got to put something to affiliate with. You have to. You got to put something. Once you're being onboarded, they're gonna ask you what is your race. You got to put something.
Okay.
You can put other, and you could explain what other is, or you could leave it blank if you want. But you got to put something. So what I'm saying is that
you're wrong, and no group is going. First of all, I don't even want to align myself with the principles of these groups. I think that they wrong. I think that the very foundation of the stuff that they support, I don't agree with. I hated the idea of Black Lives Matters. I absolutely despise that entire movement. I was against it from the beginning. I was against it throughout, and I'm still against it now. And we found out that whole movement was literally based off of 3 women that didn't even identify as heterosexual, that were running up the numbers, stealing the money, and then ultimately diverting it over into their family and finessing. So you telling me I should have supported that because the rest of Black people was supporting it? Should I follow them off the bridge, or should I not be able to think for myself? Should I align myself with people just based off of the color of their skin, or should I align myself with people based off of principle and character? Should I just follow the tribe, or should I learn to think for myself and make an informed decision? Rick. Rick, I can't hear you. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that Rick that I was even talking to? Who was I talking to? What happened to him? Hold on. I don't think that was Rick that I was talking to. It was Daniel. Was it Daniel? Who was I talking to? Oh. Hold on. Let me see if I can get him back. Give me a second. Yo. Rick, you there? Yo, you there, Rick? I think I lost him. All right, let's see if I can get somebody else up. Call back, bro, because I need to have this conversation with y'all. I don't know. Mr. G, what up? Counselor Mr. G, you there?
Hey, salute, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's happening?
Man, how you doing, bro? Listen, man. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have to rock with you on something before I say what I disagree with you on. Yeah, you're absolutely right. When it comes to the 2008 loan issue, I mean, I had a front row seat and saw them literally give what we called in the industry ninja loans, meaning they were giving. You remember ninja loans, right?
Yeah, you didn't have to basically have anything. No
Yeah,
job.
because it stands for. It wasn't just them giving loans to ninjas. It stood for no income, no job or assets.
Hold on one second. Where's your glasses, Leslie? Go get your glasses. I want you looking like a nerd every time I see you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. Yeah, because ninja loans actually stood for no income, no job or assets.
I know.
You could literally just walk in and people were getting loans. And what happened was a lot of the people who were getting these loans, they would go buy these properties, they would fix them up, and then they would just run off with the money. They would refinance them, take the bag, and run. And
yeah, it was all fraud. A lot of people made a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, you could drive through the hood. I used to just drive around. And I say, man, that's a nice looking property. And then it would just sit there, and nobody ever came back and did anything. The grass wasn't getting cut, and these buildings were nice. And then they just took the money and ran. And a lot of these people, unfortunately, were our people, were black people. And then they want to turn around and say they can't get these loans.
It was people of all colors, but everybody was finessing. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. But how it manifested on a larger scale, because what happened was they took these loans and they created what was called CDOs or collateral debt obligations.
Yep.
And then they would package them, and they
was called tranches.
Yeah, the tranche was when they divided them up. The whole the item was called a CDO, and then they would divide it into tranches.
Tranches, yeah.
And then they would sell them on Wall Street.
Correct. And
that's when
they were packaging them up, but they were making more money off of the ones that basically was the worse the credit, the more that money they made from it, because they were making higher rates and higher fees from the ones that were not ideal. But they were packaging them all together. That's correct.
Exactly, but they were selling them as if they were A rated. So you had the rating agencies like Moody's and Fitch. They would package them and say, "Oh, well, these are mortgage-backed securities." So they're securities.
And they were also in bed with the credit agencies and everything like that. Everybody was in bed together.
Exactly, and that's what actually precipitated the whole collapse. Because what they would do, they would take these CDOs and they would spread them across the world, and that's what created the financial collapse in the first place. Because once it became known that these were unsecured loans, because you had a bunch of people taking these loans and they weren't paying them back, even though they had all these high credit ratings, and that's what caused the collapse.
You didn't even have to have a high credit. You didn't have to have a high credit rating at all.
All you just needed a pulse.
That's correct.
I was affiliated with a bank at the time. I saw this firsthand. I ain't telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I know. They had a whole section, and this was a major financial institution, right? They had a whole section, because I had a corner office, right? There was an office right next to me just for subpar loans. They shut down that whole branch when this whole thing unfolded, but anybody prior to that could come in, and this was a major financial institution.
Yeah,
People, no matter what.
subprime.
Yeah, subprime. Yeah, they had the subprime market. They had a whole section that they created for that, and then once it all fell apart, then they closed it down like it never happened. So I'm like, oh, I'm like, really? Yep. But anyway, yeah, I definitely rock with you on that because, I mean, to be sure, I mean, there was discrimination historically with black people in loans. We get it, redlining, so forth. But when you look at a situation like 2008, what was the excuse? Because I didn't see a lot of discrimination back then, and I had a front row seat. People were coming; they were literally giving ninja loans and giving loans to ninjas. But anyway, I digress. But the point. Oh, the other thing I wanted to talk to you about was when it came to the border situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see? They did I think it was on Redacted. They did a expose. It was this investigative journalist. He went behind the scenes at the border. Literally, dude, there was like 27,000 Chinese military aged Chinese men that were getting in through the border.
No, I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Yeah. Okay, well, check this out. They had, how these migrants, they walk across all these different countries to get over to the border. Mm-hmm. They have a network. He went underground. He showed it. They have a network. These Chinese guys who are coming in through the border, who are military aged, no wife, no kids. They're just streaming through the border. He said that they have a network of hotels and all these different buses that come pick them up, and they don't have to walk and cross these borders like these Hispanic immigrants. They have it's like it will put the Underground Railroad to shame. They have.
So what do you think is happening? What do you think is happening?
Well, this is what the guy said. He said, well, wait a minute. Well, who's financing this, right? So somebody at the top is allowing these guys to come over for whatever reason, because they said these guys are probably in Chinese military. They're probably, and one of the Chinese guys that he talked to confirmed that at least some of those guys were Chinese police. And they have these little safe houses that they'll stay in, and then they just usher them in through the border. Mm. And that kind of ties into what I sent you yesterday on my super chat. I think you misunderstood me at first, but then you got it on my second super chat about the, when we were talking about the infrastructure and how what they're doing is they're taking all this money and funneling it to, military contractors like Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and Boeing and all this, right? But for some reason, there's somebody allowing these military guys to come over through the border. So it's bigger than, as big of a clown as Brandon Johnson is, and he's definitely a clown. It's bigger than him because whoever's allowing this, there's some type of agenda where these guys are coming in and they're setting up shop inside the U.S. And this guy's, and so to me, that's the bigger issue. Not just some migrants coming in to get a job. You need to be asking, why are these military-aged single Chinese dudes coming in through the border in the tens of thousands, and they have an advanced network where they're not even coming in the way the regular migrants do. It's
I got crazy. You. I'm with it.
Look into that, bro.
All right, I'll check it out.
Yeah. Okay, now this is why I disagree with you. I don't even know if it's a disagreement. You remember when I said
we got to make it quick because I got to get some other people in here.
All right, you're always trying to get me out because I'm gonna drop some heat on you. But anyway.
Oh, okay.
I'm just playing. But I think you misunderstood me, bro. Because the point I was making was when it came to giving, like, the difference between a masculine man and a simp is that a masculine man, they're both generous, right? But a masculine man is going to do for a woman that's, when I say deserve, I'm talking about where she's adding value. A simp is just going to give a woman something just because she got a vagina, right? That's what the difference between a masculine man and a simp. If you're going to do for a woman, make sure that she's adding value. There's nothing wrong with doing for a woman, but she got to be bringing something of value that you could benefit from.
Give me an example.
And so that's well, for example, if you got, I get to give my own example. When I was married, I got married young. Everything was in my name. I owned my house, car, and everything. And my wife at the time, she was young. I was just letting her get her stuff together. She was going to school, taking care of my house, taking care of everything. But I made sure that if she needed something, I would help her with it because she was helping me, because she allowed me to free me up to do the ventures that I was doing at the time. And the bottom line was...
What was she doing?
She was looking after my house and taking and whatever I needed. Something.
What was she looking?
Do.
What was she doing? Looking at what was she doing for the house?
Cleaning, shopping, making sure that I was well fed, making sure I was taken care of. If I came home, I was tired. I got the massage, I got whatever I needed. If I needed her to run some errands, she was running errands. I needed her to do some business things for me. If I didn't have time, she would go do that. But my point is,
So hold
I
on.
owned everything anyway. Go ahead.
Back up. So why'd you get divorced?
Well, in my case, it was we were young, and the direction that I wanted her to go in, she still had that mentality where she felt like I was, going in a different direction than what she felt she was ready for, as far as, because I was always on the grind trying to do business stuff, and she was with her family, and there was a lot of things that was a conflict that I wasn't feeling, and I basically told her, either you're going to get on my program or you just go back with your family or do what you're going to do. So it was pretty much a more of, we were at that critical
care of her, making sure that she was good. She was adding value, freeing you up. Everything was awesome, and then y'all broke up because you was taking care of business.
No, when it came to that next level that I wanted to go to, and the pressures that I was putting on her,
what's the next
she
level?
wasn't. To me, the next level was making sure that she was good so that she can add even more value. But I was telling her to go to school.
Wait. Let's stop. So, so y'all got a divorce because you was taking her to the next level?
No. What I'm saying is I wanted her to get more of an education. I wanted her to go out and get things that would help us both as a unit, and she felt she wasn't ready for that. And it wasn't just that; there were other things too. But like I said, that's a whole nother show. But the short of it is that we were both young. I was more ambitious. She was not as ambitious, even though she was good for me at a certain stage in my life. She wasn't ready to go to the level that I wanted to go on. So we just mutually kind of agreed that it just wasn't going to work out. And again, like I said, a lot of it
y'all mutually agreed. So y'all was like, yeah, you know what? We just outgrew each other. She ready to go back with her family, and then you ready to move on.
Well, it was pretty much more me, but it was she understood when we.
So y'all didn't mutually agree. So it was you. You wanted to leave her, even though she was adding value into your life, but she wasn't adding enough value at a point.
Well, she ultimately she understood that it wasn't going to work because.
Well, what other choice does she have? What other choice does she have?
What do you mean? What other choice did she have? She could either get on my program, or like I said, if
she was on your program, that's what you said.
No, she was on my program when I was on that certain level. But once I wanted to take it to the next level, and I was requiring more of her,
and you got rid of her.
Yeah, I mean, it had to go like that because I'm not going to allow myself to get hindered because somebody just doesn't want to.
So she loyal, she taking care of the house, she freeing up time for you to take care of business and all of that. But you wanted her eventually, when you got to the next level, to go to school, and that's why you wound up getting rid of her.
Man, the way you're framing it is not. There's more to it. There's more nuance, but ultimately,
add the nuance.
But we don't have time for that because remember, you're rushing me off.
No, no. Don't not want to have time now. I got time right now. So what other nuance? What other What other nuance? What other? No, don't try to overtalk me now. What other?
We're gonna have a session. We're gonna have a session. I'm gonna give you a call, bro.
Nope. We having it right now.
No.
What other nuance was it?
I will talk to you directly, bro. I will talk to you
directly. What other nuance was it?
That wasn't the topic.
We don't have you on the TV, so it's not like we know who you are, nothing like that. What other nuance is it?
People know who I am. They can go to my channel and see me. But the point is,
come on, bro.
No. We gonna talk because, like I said, I sent you some, man. This.
No. What is the other nuance?
There's a lot of nuance. That's my point. You don't have to.
Like what? Give me an example.
I gave you an example.
That ain't no. Give me the nuance based off of the. You said that that the way that I'm framing it, and so you said there's more nuance that's in addition to the way that I'm framing it. So give me an example of additional nuance that I don't understand and that I'm framing it wrong.
No, what I'm saying is there are a lot of things that led up to what happened that I don't have time to go into. That will add the nuance.
Give me an example.
No, like I said, the example that I gave you was that when I wanted her to go and get more education and to do certain things, she was very much insecure about her abilities to do certain things, and I was pushing her to do certain things, and she was making it seem
So you
as though
had
I
the
was putting her
perfect
down.
woman. You had the perfect woman. I mean, the very
Who said she
one
was
that
perfect?
the
No, bro.
the
See, that's what I'm
very
saying. I'm
nah,
not saying she was. Listen, bro. I'm not saying she was perfect. I'm saying at the stage that we were at.
no,
Hold
no,
on.
no. You
Hold
hold
on.
on, because I was talking. So
All right, go ahead.
you had the perfect woman. Give me a second.
You adding that perfect stuff. I didn't say perfect.
You had the perfect woman in that she was willing to cook, clean, wash your dirty drawers, go and run your errands, free up time for you to continue to level up. Didn't trip about the fact that you had everything in your name. She was on your team. She was dedicated. She wasn't caught up in no foolishness. She was absolutely submissive and getting on your program and your vision. And then you wanted her to step outside of that role to then go and bring in more resources so that you can level her up. And that was one of the reasons. That was some of the context and the nuance behind why it is that y'all decided to mutually break up. But then you then came back and said, no, it was more you was ready to move on because you didn't say that she was on your program, even though you said she was on your program. Where am I
No,
getting
what I
this
said was, okay, this is what you're missing. There was a point in which we were equally yoked, where we definitely worked together. Everything was cool. Now, what I wanted was for her to improve her life, whether I was in the picture or not. She needed to improve on. She was a beautiful girl. She had kind of been getting by on her looks, and I wanted her to add more value to herself in terms of getting more education. And when I would pressure her like this, she would take it as me like putting her down, and we would get into arguments just simply because I was trying to get her to do things that were independent of just our particular
Oh, you wanted
situation,
her to
just to
become
get
an
her better.
independent one. You wanted her to become an independent
No,
woman.
no. Listen, I
You
said
wanted her to
independent
become
of the.
more independent.
No. Let
You
me
used
finish.
the word independent.
I know, but I'm using it in a different context. I'm
Okay,
saying
go ahead.
independent of what we were doing in terms of her own ability. Like if I wanted her to set up her own little business or whatever, she would, to add value to what we were doing, but giving her the opportunity to
No, that's
improve
not how she
herself
came
as
into it.
well.
That's not what the expectation that it was when you came into it. Why are you trying to change her? She
It
did
was the
everything that
expectation.
you wanted her to do, and she met
No,
every
I had it.
expectation.
No,
She
I
met
don't
every
know. Dude, I
no,
told her. No,
no,
no, no.
no.
I told her plan
She
from the
brought this
beginning.
up as an example in order to illustrate and how great how men are supposed to operate, especially when it comes to masculinity versus simping. And now you got yourself caught in a pickle because you basically saying that you abandoned her, even though she is exactly what she was when you met her, and she met every
No,
expectation. And you talked about how it was that she was pouring in and all of this other type of stuff. But see, the red flag that I caught, and you didn't know I caught it because sometimes you just say stuff and you just try to skip over it as though I didn't hear it. The red flag that I caught was you said when you used to be married, your ex-wife. So you left, you broke up your family, and you decided to go on your own because you probably seen another bitch that was out there, and you probably fucked another bitch.
no,
No. Let's
no,
be
no,
clear.
no,
Yes,
no,
you did. Yes, you
no,
did. Yes,
no.
you
I
did.
didn't, bro. Dude,
Listen,
how you
let
gonna
me
tell
tell
me,
you something.
bro?
Let me tell you something about
How you
men.
gonna,
Men don't
how
just
do you?
nope.
I don't cheat on my
I'm gonna
woman.
let you.
I don't cheat on my women.
Yeah,
I don't
because
cheat
you
on my
feel
women,
like it
bro.
was already broke up. Let me tell you what really happened.
Now you see that's
Let me
why I want
tell
to have
you.
this
No, you're
conversation
more
with
than
you.
welcome. You're more than welcome. Fine, but let's be clear. Hold on. Let's be clear.
You're
Men,
adding conjecture.
especially masculine men, that have a woman that is beautiful as you described her, that is on your team, doing what she's supposed to do, not complaining, absolutely being submissive, freeing you up to do what you need to do, and is 100% on board with whatever it is that you got to do. Don't just fucking leave for no reason. We don't even be the ones that break up the relationship. It'd be the woman that ultimately leave because she get tired of the shit. You just said, first you tried to blame it on both of y'all and said that y'all mutually broke up. Then you came back and you remixed it and you said that no, it
No,
was you that decided that it was time to part ways, and then she wound up succumbing to whatever your request was. But the reality was that you was already checked out way before you left. Guys just don't walk
no.
away from a good thing like that.
See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It wasn't
We'll
that
we'll
simple.
even
I
we'll
didn't just walk away.
even fuck around and keep her on the team because we still see the value in her, and we might even circle the block and get ourselves back together later. But the one thing that we don't do is we don't fucking leave a good situation just for the sake of leaving. just because she wouldn't go to fucking college. That's not what we do.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. If you listen to me, it was more nuance to it. We can talk personally, and I can give you all the nuance because, like I said, you're adding conjecture. You're talking about I cheated. I didn't cheat on her. I don't do that.
I said this is what I believe. I didn't say you did it. I said this is what I believe.
No, that's not what happened. But like I said, it's a lot to it. But I was trying to give you the Cliff Note version because you were telling me you had to get.
I don't want the Cliff Notes. I want the whole version.
Well, we ain't got time for the whole version.
Yeah, I want it. Give it to me.
I don't have time.
Oh, now you don't have time.
No, because I thought we would have wrapped up by now. But like I said, I'll talk to you, bro. Since you want to know, since you're so interested, we can talk.
I'm listening.
I can come back at a different. No, like I said,
I don't want you to go and put your story together. I want you to just give it to me right here, right now.
No, I mean, if I lay it out to you, I'll give you the nuance that you want, so that you can put it into the proper context.
Lay it out for me.
What you want.
Lay it out for me.
We ain't got time, bro. It's a long story.
I got time. It's Friday.
I
ain't got no wife. My kid is 15. She doing her homework. Everything is good. All my work is taken care of. I don't have no obligations, responsibilities.
But let me ask you this though: how do we go from you?
I got a free Friday. I got time right here, right now. Give me.
But let me ask you though. No. But how is it that just a few minutes ago you didn't have time, but now you want to?
No, I said that I wanted to hurry up because I wanted to hurry up and get other people in. But I'm putting people on the back burner in order.
Why though?
No, please don't.
Why?
Don't.
No. Why, bro?
Don't move the goalposts. The question.
I'm not moving nothing. I'm holding you to what you said.
No, because you're not going to turn it around on me. The question is.
What you said.
The question is, what is the nuance?
The problem is that for me to flesh out the whole story, what happened between me and her, you would need to know the story from the beginning, and I don't have time. You don't have time.
I got time. You can't tell me what I got.
Well, I don't have time. Because normally,
yes, you do. You ain't got nothing to do. You ain't got nothing to do.
You know what time it is where I'm at?
What time is it?
I got stuff to do tomorrow.
What time is it?
Right now. See, I'm doing you a favor by coming out here because I rock with you.
What time is it there? What time is it?
Dude,
you keep not listening.
It's like 4 a.m. So.
Okay, so you've been listening to it since at least 2 a.m. there.
On and off, yeah. But like I said, that's what I'm saying. It's late.
You ain't got nothing. Ain't nothing even open. What are you talking about?
No, I got to do something in the morning.
Like
this is morning, but yeah.
What you got to do?
Got a lot of stuff to do. But the point is, listen.
Like what? Give me one thing that you got to do. Give me one thing that you got to do. You keep talking about. Listen, by the time after all of this time, you could have been then already told me.
No, because it's going to lead to more questions, and then
it's not. I'm gonna just be quiet. I'm zipped.
It's a whole nother conversation.
I'm zipped.
And plus, I had another point too.
No more points. No more. Take the time that you would have used for another point to give me the nuance.
Nah. But like I said, I'm gonna call you back because I actually do gotta go. But I do want to talk to you about
first
this.
You had another point. Now you gotta go.
If you let me, are you gonna let me make my last point? Because you were trying to tell me.
No, I want you to give me the nuance. I'm not interested in any other points.
Well, again, I'm gonna put a pin there. I'm gonna put a pin there. We can talk, bro. I will give you the full story. I will give you the full.
I'm gonna draw my conclusion based off of the context that you've already given me. So here's my conclusion.
But then you're jumping to conclusions.
No, I'm not.
If you want the real facts, we can set it up.
I asked you. No, I'm not gonna set up nothing. I asked you for it. Since you don't want to give it to me, I have to use my context clues to draw my own conclusion based off of the information that you already shared with me. So either you can correct me and give me the facts now, or we could just I have to draw my own conclusion. So which one will it be?
You are free to draw whatever conclusion you want, whether or not it's true. Okay. That's for you to, that's cool. But I'm just letting you know, once you get the full context, then you will have your conclusion.
I don't want no more context. Well, after this, it's over for me.
All right, cool. All right. But because like I said, it's a lot to it, but.
No, it's not. Stop. You're doing that modern woman stuff. Now right. A lot to it, and I just want to tell my part, and you guys don't understand me, and all of this other trauma bonding bullshit that y'all be doing. Now you talking. Now you being feminine. Listen, if you don't want to, if you don't want to tell the story,
get in my business.
Get in your business. You shared this shit. You volunteered it. Listen,
No,
if
I
you
said
don't
one thing and
if
you
you
dived in
don't
on
want to
that.
share your story, then just stand on that shit and just be like, okay, I'm good, and just leave it at that. But you ain't gotta, because it really is a lot more to could tell you if you really want to know, and I just can't tell you now. Don't do that shit to me, man. I'm not. Listen,
No, no, bro. I'm just letting you know that,
when my daughter come home from
dude.
school and and I say, hey, what was going on in second hour today? And she say, it's just always more to it. Okay, tell me about it. Well then shut the fuck up and do what your teacher told you to do. I don't want to hear no excuses. That's what I tell her. I'm not about to sit here and play no games with no modern men.
So which one is it? You asking me to tell you the more that's to it, and when I
You
tell you there's
already
more
said
to it,
what
you
you
saying I'm
did.
capping.
So just stand on that shit. Either
No, but
you
what I'm
gonna
saying
tell
is,
me, either you're gonna tell me why you fucked up your marriage, or we're just gonna leave it at
oh,
that.
I didn't fuck it up though. I didn't fuck it up though, but I'm just trying to. I just brought that up as a side point. That wasn't even my point. Was to talk about my marriage. You jumped on that. I was talking about
No,
something
you
else.
jumped on it because you brought it up as an example. Don't bring it up as an
Yeah.
example if you don't want me to ask the context for it.
Okay, but I mean, if we have a conversation about that, then I don't mind us,
You just want to
talking about
argue
it.
like a modern woman. I get it.
No,
You being
see, but
sassy. You being
you want to be
sassy.
you want to be
Listen, you just
gossipy
sat
like a
on
modern woman.
this line for an extra 25 minutes talking about how you didn't have time, but you still are talking on the line, talking about how you don't have
I'm about
time. If I
I'm about to
let
get
you,
off now.
no, you're not. Because if I let you, you will stay on hold for no another fucking hour
I'm about to leave right now.
trying to tell me about
Okay,
how.
I'm about to jump off right now. No, I
Okay, hang
won't.
up.
I'm about to
Hang
jump
up.
off right now.
Hang up.
All right, bro. But like I said,
Hang up.
I'm out. I'm hanging up now.
Hang up. You ain't got to announce it. Just do what you do. I still see you on there. There you go. Trying to finesse me. I know what finessing look like when it finesse. You fucked up your marriage and you trying to act like I don't get it. I know what you did. I know what you did last summer. Oh, we don't have time for it. 25 minutes later. Oh no, we don't got time for that. I'll tell you what another time about the nuance. Boy, you ain't about to finesse me. Get on out of here. Lester, let me see. I got Lester coming up now. I'm not about to finesse Time Dog out here in these streets. I know the finesse when the finessing is finessing. You can't finesse me. You know what I'm saying? No. Lester, what up?
Oh, shoot. What's up? What's up? How you doing?
I'm chilling, my friend. What you got? Got to make it quick.
Good, good. Yeah, I know. I just have a quick question, right? You were talking about a Cayenne a while ago, right?
Hmm?
Which Cayenne did you get? Did you get a GT, GTS, or S?
I don't know. I think it's an S.
The
Because
S?
it's not the coupe.
Okay.
It's not the coupe. Hold on, give me a second. I'll check.
Oh, okay.
Because
So, you
the
know
coupe
what I was
has more of a
thinking?
slope back.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. Like a Urus.
yeah. But
So what?
it might have just been a Cayenne. It might just be the base model Cayenne.
Okay. So what I was
Yeah, I
thinking, you
think
said you're building
I
a
think it's just a
relationship with your
regular
Porsche
Cayenne.
dealer, right?
Say what?
Okay. You're building like I said, since you got this, you're basically building a relationship with your Porsche dealer, right?
You could say that.
So
That wasn't the intention, but
okay, well, I think you should use it to your advantage, right? Money wise. You should also look into GT 992 GT3 Touring. Look into that car. I think it's a really good car, sporty, good for you and the wife. And
I don't want
also,
to
if
do
you
that
get
one. You know why I don't want to do it? You know why I don't want to do it? I don't want to do it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do any 911s. Now that I think about it, I was gonna get a GT3 911. Um, I don't want to do it, and the reason that I don't want to do it is because I got to prepare myself for when they call me for the Lamborghini Revelto.
okay, but I'm saying even if you get a 992 GT3 Touring, even if you drive for a year, you could always sell it back again and pretty much break even and even try to get an allocation for a 911 GT3 RS.
I already
And
had
if you
an
get
alloc-
one of those, huh?
I already had an allocation.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you should have got it.
Well, it was gonna be 6 months out until I got it, and then I'm anticipating being called for the Revelto by then.
Yeah, but a GT3 RS is going for like 200K above MSRP if you were to resell it back.
Yeah, I get it. I understand.
I know it's a good money move, right? Why not?
I don't sell my cars though.
Well, it's okay. You can always sell back, right? It's a money play at the end of the day. It's business, right? It's money.
Yeah, you can look at it. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad play, but I look at my cars in the same way that I look at my watches. I got watches that's basically double what I paid for it. Well, not quite double, a little less than double than what I paid for it, but I'm not selling my watches because I love my watches.
Yeah, but even for the Revelto, I don't feel like you're gonna get it until like 2026, maybe. Honestly, really speaking, realistically speaking, right now,
What do you mean?
it's gonna take a while, regardless.
For
So
me to
many
get the
people are on the
Revelto?
list. Exactly, yeah.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, 2026, 2027. That's not gonna be
No,
a
it's not
play
gonna
for
take that long.
anytime soon.
No way it's gonna take that long.
Nah, all depends
Maximum
where you're on the
maximum two
list, right?
years from when I put in my allocation.
Nah, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna take a while. It's kind of like the Ferrari SUV. Everyone's talking about it, but where is it?
The Ferrari SUV is already out. The Pure Sangway?
Yeah, doing. No, it's not out.
The Pure Sangway is out.
No, it's not out. Those are just like shows to show the public, but no
The
one's
Pure
actually driving one
Sangway
outside right
is
now.
out.
No way.
It is out.
Nah. I don't think it's out. No, no one has it.
Nobody that you know got it.
Okay, no one has it for sure. I
Look
haven't
at
seen it
go on
online.
YouTube, go on Instagram, look up person like owners that already got their Pure Sangway. It's out.
Okay, I've only seen press cards, and that's just for the press, right? For people to make videos, YouTube videos, everything along those lines.
Yeah, you've seen the press
That's it.
cars. I've seen the press cars too. The Pure Sangway is out.
Okay, well, to my knowledge, I didn't know it was out at all because I've never seen anyone have one whatsoever.
Where are you from?
Toronto, Canada.
Yeah, you in Canada though.
What is it? We have foreigners and everything.
There's like 6 million of y'all total.
Bro,
It's
relax,
more
relax.
people in New York than it is in all of Canada.
39, 38 million, okay?
It's like 6 million of y'all in Toronto and the Toronto metropolitan area, and then it's more people in New York than in all of Canada entirely.
Well, yeah, that is true, but still. We still have everything regardless.
Nah, it's not the same. Y'all ain't
Well,
even
yeah, but
got
still.
weather. Y'all ain't even got warm weather.
Oh, it's okay.
Y'all
It
got
is
some
what it
bad.
is. It's
Y'all
like
got some
Detroit.
bad
It's like
holes up
the.
there though.
But no. It's the same as Detroit, though. It's the same weather.
Exactly.
Exactly. So you can't really say anything then.
I
You're
can't
used to it
because I'm
then.
about to be in Miami.
That's
We got
okay.
a
I can
whole
go to
country.
Miami
We
too
can
the
go
same
over to the
way.
West Coast. We can go down south. We can go over east. We could get whatever we is when we want to. All y'all got is misery and bears. And if you want
But
to
it's
shoot a
okay
good
though. I
movie
could
to
just
see,
take a
you want to
flight.
see, if you want to shoot a good movie to tell us what it was like in the 1600s, then you can go up to Canada and shoot that shit. That's it. Y'all got
Nah,
good
relax.
scenery if you want to go live van life or something. But other than that,
What? Well, yeah, I can't disagree with you. It's turned to shit right now. Real estate is expensive as hell. So yeah.
yeah, y'all got bad examples of what universal healthcare is and all of that shit. Canada's fucked up.
Well, yeah, it is right now. I can't lie to you. Right now is messed up, but it is what it is. You gotta make the best out of it,
Yeah,
regardless.
don't walk in the woods by yourself. You're gonna get mauled.
Nah, relax. All that's not gonna happen.
That's because you're a city boy.
Nah, I go
What
camping
part
and
of Canada? What
everything.
part of Canada are you in?
Toronto, Ontario.
Oh yeah, y'all fucked up.
Nah. Oh yeah,
Overpriced
exactly.
housing. Drake fucked up because now all of the yeah man. Y'all good.
Yeah, man. Average cost of a house is $1 million right now here. So
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, y'all messed
But
up.
yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm trying to come
Y'all
over,
got
but
hockey
I
though.
don't know.
Y'all got hockey though.
Fuck hockey. I don't care about that shit.
See, you don't even like the sport that y'all good at.
Yeah, I don't know. Look at the complexion of my skin. I'm not playing no hockey. So
Black people play hockey all the time, man.
yeah, not me. No, not here. Not in the city for sure. It's basketball. That's it.
Y'all just got basketball like 20 years ago. Stop.
Relax. A Canadian invented
And then
basketball.
y'all had two basketball teams, and they took one from y'all.
I don't know. Well, yeah, exactly. Grizzlies, whatever. Yeah.
All right, big dog. I appreciate you, Lester.
All right, bro. Have a good weekend.
All right, you too. Let's see. Danny boy, Daniel Gordon. Look at you. You was just about to crash out, Daniel. You was about to give up. Oh, this motherfucker Anton ain't getting me up here. What the hell is going on? What up, Danny? Daniel, you got to unmute yourself. Oh, hold on. Did I bring you up? Hold on one second. I got you, Daniel. Hold on one second. One second. One second. Give me a sec. All right. There we go. Danny boy is in the building. What up, Danny?
How's it going, man?
Chilling, my friend.
Can you
What's the
hear?
word? I can hear you.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so that's why. All right, I have not actually. This is the first time I'm using something like this. So, I'm not on camera, right?
Nah, you're not on camera.
Okay, good. Yeah, I don't want to be on camera. Yeah, nah. This is like what the second time I've been on like your live, like interact with you. But no, man, I just wanted to stop by. I'm actually sick, so I've been like doing
You
some
got COVID?
meetings. Nah.
I don't
I
believe
got what they
that.
call
COVID, Danny.
swimmer. Say it again.
I think you got COVID, Danny. What you got?
No, I got swimmer's sinus or something like that, sinusitis or whatever. I got it
So,
from my building pool, basically, like the chlorine.
yeah, some of them nasty holes in the pool. Okay.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
What's the
But
word, Danny?
yeah, no, just been looking at your content, basically. That the YouTube algorithm has been. The more I look into your content, is showing me old content, new content, that type of stuff, basically. But today, I have some downtime, especially around this time. So, I figure why not? Let me stick through like you do 3 hour live streams. I'm like, damn.
I usually do. I usually try to stick it to around 2 hours, but on Friday I take calls, so it'd be longer.
Oh, okay. But yeah,
Putting in that
you
overtime
mentioned.
today.
Say it again.
I'm putting in overtime today.
Oh, I mean, I see that. I mean, you definitely a veteran because I'd been like, yeah, I don't know if I could do even 2 hours, maybe 30 minutes at best.
Yeah, I feel you.
Shit. But yeah, so you mentioned like earlier, like, uh from like a people's perspective, like people crying racism and stuff like that, Um, I definitely agree with a lot of your talking points, especially like when, especially the black community, they cry a lot when it comes down to racism, like screaming everything is racism, or it's always white people are racist. And it's like, well, it's not just white people that are racist, but also, it there's actual racism stuff that happens. But when you have, the majority of, the black community always crying, racism or whatever, basically, or it's because I'm black, or never mind your behavior, never mind, other factors, basically, they go straight to that. I think it does a disservice to those who are actually experiencing that, So,
Who
um,
experiencing racism though?
um, nobody actually. If
So
that
who
was
they
good,
doing
that's
the service to?
well, no, nobody that I know, basically. But I've seen certain things, basically. Like I've traveled, all over, lived all over, and some
Seen
places do.
racism?
Say it again.
You said you seen people claiming racism?
Yeah, and I know what, growing up, I know what racism looks like. And this whole new PC culture, soft, easy, soft on crime, that type of stuff, the culture that we live in now, I think it's just been blown out of proportion. But if you start to really think about like the mindset of, I'm going to say, the poor and middle class, racism is an integral part of that class, basically. But when you get to a certain, tax bracket, it's not about
Perceived
race.
racism, like people claiming racism, or actually real racism?
Both, a combination of both.
Like what? Give me an
Um,
example.
so, for example, walking into I mean, I don't wear Gucci or anything like that. Like the clones, but just giving you an example, a typical example. Walking into a Gucci store, right, and having somebody. But the Gucci store is in an all white neighborhood, basically. You might be traveling, right? You might be traveling there, temporarily, but they look at you and like you don't belong there or something like that.
How do you know it's
Earlier on,
where is the racism? Because that's all just based off of what you think or how you think people see you. I know a lot of women that walk around in the streets that think that they fine and they think every man is looking at them, but they looking at them like you a piece of shit. Why don't you put some
right,
clothes on? So how do you know
right,
that
right.
where's the racism part?
So in my field, and I'm sure you can understand this, right? I mean, I guess we're in the same field when it comes down to UX, right? We have similar backgrounds,
Mm-hmm.
and my brain works off of data. So for me, before I jump to any conclusions, I actually like to test the hypothesis. So, for example, it wasn't a Gucci store. It was actually had bought a Audemars not too long ago, a couple years ago,
AP.
and yeah, AP, yeah. And I had walked into the store. Now I have friends from all backgrounds, right? White, Jewish, all types. Uh, they were looking at me funny, asking me weird questions. So I was like, I want to try something out. So I walked out of the store, and I basically one of my white friends at the
You
time
was able to
asked
get
me.
an AP, a new one.
No, this was years ago. Like I was in Dubai and Mall of Dubai. Yeah, this was like
So
a
you
couple
wasn't
years
even
ago.
in America.
Yeah, I was in America.
So this doesn't apply.
I
Give me an
guess so.
example of what racism is, of what you've seen, some experience of racism that you've seen in here in America.
I really can't say at the top of my head. Yeah, I really can't say.
So you haven't seen it.
It's more so my experiences, I should say. So let me clarify. It's more so my experiences rather than inside America specifically.
But you haven't seen any examples of racism inside of this country, though.
No, I'm not, and I'm definitely not the type of dude to eat up with the media. If anything, is what 2020 has taught me is the media is bought and paid for. They lie.
So what were we talking about then?
No, just I just wanted to say, I support your streams
Is
and
it
stuff like
is
that.
it is it discriminatory for me to say I don't like hoes?
Nah,
Why not? They people
it's
too.
not.
They
Yeah,
people.
well, I can tell you. Well, I can tell you right now. That's a preference.
No, I like hoes. I'm just using that as an example. I think that every woman has a place in society.
Yeah, I'm like fighting this low grade fever over here. You making me trying
Cause
to.
I'm just trying to understand, so I ask for additional context so that people can help me to understand it a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, no. Like me personally, it's a love hate relationship with hoes. To be honest, like let's just say that I live in a building where there's a lot of executives and celebrities in New York,
Mm,
and uh, let's just say that there's a whole lot of cheating going on. When I go to the swimming pool or the jacuzzi, you meet some of your neighbors, and it's like, damn, he fucking her, and her man has no clue. It's crazy. It's like it's
mm,
literally like a reality show.
that's crazy.
It is crazy. So, but
What's up, big dog? That's what's up.
yeah, but yeah, man. I'm not gonna stay long. Just wanted to say what's up, support your streams. I sent you an email the other day. I know it's like I don't know what your schedule is like, but I know it's busy around this time. So but yeah, I tried like it was back in August, I think. I can't remember, but I had
Mm,
purchased I had purchased a Patreon, your Patreon, and I bought it out for the entire year.
that's what's up.
And but I was trying to get the other one that sold out. I was like, shit, it's sold out. So it's like I want the 30-minute
Yeah, I know what you're
video.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was like, damn, you're just
We
not
working
gonna.
on it. We making
Yeah,
some upgrades and some changes in 2024, so we'll work on it.
yeah. I saw that. And many blessings to you, man. I'm sure it's well deserved. you mentioned, like I run a company. So when I said like we have similar backgrounds, I also do contract work, and I'm also at a bank.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, that's what's up. I can pretty much guess which bank you at. So
How you can guess what bank I'm at? I'm just curious. I'm just that's. I mean, you
well,
don't have to say it.
well,
Yeah, you know.
well, yeah, I can't see you, and I didn't say your full name.
Oh, okay.
You at
But that's
Chase?
crazy, huh?
You at Chase?
Nope, I'm not at Chase.
You not at Chase?
Nah,
Mm,
no. I have two friends who are actually at Chase though.
mm.
Like most of my circle consists of like techies and geeks. Like I consider myself to be a nerd, big nerd.
Most people that's doing UX that I know of that work at a bank, they usually at Chase.
Yeah, they did a huge like last year. They did a huge, and earlier this year they did a huge hiring on like
They
all
did,
types of.
and
Um,
more importantly, one of the things that they did was they did their own boot camps.
oh, I didn't know that. You
Yeah,
know,
they did.
you know, there's a designer there, right? Who I actually hired at a previous company I used to work with, and he didn't have no UX background or anything like that. He was straight animator, right? Junior at that at best. They wanted to get rid of him, and I was trying to give him a chance, because he wanted to switch fields. Fast forward, uh, apparently he took my work. He took some of my work and went on over to JP. And his role went from how you go from 1 year at X company to this company, and
How did
now
he get
you're
your work?
so like how these corporate companies have like these SharePoints and stuff like that.
Yeah, yep.
He took basically that's how he got it. We
Oh,
were
so he
using
used it from a project that y'all probably collaborated on.
well, it's actually a project that I actually put him on because I needed to give him something, and now
All is
his
fair in
role.
love and war, baby.
Oh yeah, I mean, it didn't take anything from
If he
me,
worked
but
on the project, he probably embellished a little bit, but he used it in order to get a bag.
oh yeah, he definitely did because now his role is senior UX. I'm like, what we doing right now? It's like that's crazy. It is
Yeah,
crazy. You
yeah,
know?
yeah.
I didn't say anything though. I congratulated him. And the funny thing is, like, you know how it is like the tech and LinkedIn. Um, LinkedIn, they he saw the message and didn't respond. I was like, oh, it's okay, it's all right. Do you? Is that what you want to do? Fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Hope you succeed.
How long you been in UX?
Oh, I've been doing this for like 18 years. I've worked with pretty much
You don't have to say
every
the names of the companies.
like global brands basically that are well known.
Mm,
Even some of the most widely used experiences today, I had to help in designing that algorithms and stuff like that. So,
mm.
um, the crazy thing is, and I from the Bag Chasers event, from the pitch session, I told you about my company started in 2016. One of the things I knew I had something. This is before we filed a patent last year that which was approved. I knew I had something when the CEO of TikTok looked at my LinkedIn profile after we had sent one of our decks to Sequoia
Yeah.
Capital.
I
So
don't
I was
think
like,
that I don't think that I'll even do any more. I don't think I would do any more, take any more positions.
yeah, okay, yeah,
I
yeah,
don't.
yeah.
I don't think I got the capacity. I mean, I did this one for the space that I'm
Mhm.
in now, but I don't
Yeah,
think I
yeah.
would take any positions going forward. And I mean, I've been really, the successes that I've had in UX,
Hmm.
has been awesome. So, but I
Yeah,
don't think I would take any more positions. I don't even like some of the because even the spaces that I'm in now, they've basically let me build out my own practices, set my own standards. I
oh, that's
wasn't
good.
required to use Figma or anything like that. We
Yeah,
basically lived in an Adobe Creative Suite or
XD.
Creative Cloud. Yeah, I love XD because
Yeah.
it works well with all other
Software.
all other software, right? I could even export and modify it directly into Photoshop from
Hmm.
XD, which is come a long way. Um, but it's a really really great product, I think, and they continue to improve on it.
Yeah,
So it's
my
a great
friend
product.
His name is Sandy. He's at Figma right now, and he was telling me about the acquisition that Adobe, that Adobe acquiring Figma, and right now it's like stagnant.
Mhm.
But
Well, they
I was
trying to
feeling,
buy it out. They trying to purchase it. I don't know if they're gonna actually be able to do it though. But I think that they
yeah,
just try to do it in order to standardize within the industry what product you're going to be using going forward versus trying to actually capitalize off of Figma itself. So it's an interesting world to live in right now.
yeah, it definitely is. So you mentioned that you're not, you're full basically. So uh, does this also include you using the platform and giving feedback?
What
Because
the Creative Cloud?
oh no, my platform that I was
Oh
pitching
yeah,
to the
yeah,
company.
yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. No, I can use it. I can give feedback. I'm cool with that.
I'm pretty confident just because
I can
again,
use
like
it.
that data
I'm saying that
person
I don't think that I would take another like move from a different
advisory.
company and like take
Yeah.
another position in a different company or something like that. I think I'm down with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, we also offer equity to what we call our blue chip. So, but we don't do this for everybody. Like obviously, you would have to bring something like obviously, your audience or whoever basically generate content, but we offer equity, basically common stock shares.
Hmm.
Let's just say again, like the industry knows we exist because we've been in stealth mode. I've self-funded it for 5 years.
Yep.
Ve- I'm very meticulous when it comes down to experiences, so branding and all this other stuff. And let's just say that again, like the CEO of TikTok had a meeting with the executive at Warner Music Group at the time, who he left basically starting a startup, and he said, "quote unquote," what we're building is going to revolutionize the talent space, right? Because that's
Yeah.
another thing that you touch on. I see the music space is trash right now. It's the culture needs to be thrown away.
Yeah.
there is no there is no what they call it what you call it salvaging that, right? I think that we need to just leave the current culture and then start something that is more positive, that has a positive impact.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why I started this. One of the reasons why I started the platform. But it's we have something because the competitors, as I mentioned, some of our competitors, I'm not going to say no names, but they've been low key looking at my LinkedIn profile. And also I've been getting mysterious phone calls and stuff from like Silicon Valley. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But when you file a patent, it becomes public.
Yeah. It is.
It goes public. So, but yeah, man, love what you do,
Thank you, my friend.
and I'll definitely continue to support.
You know what's so interesting is that you get a lot of people, um, content creators in a general sense. I see them, and I see a lot of people that talk about different industries that they know and stuff like that. Very rarely are they able to absolutely go through and tell you exactly what it is to be in certain industries. Most people can't.
Mhm.
So,
Exactly.
I know what's really happening. You know what I'm saying? I'm familiar with what's going on because I'm connected with a lot of the different people that's doing the work. Whether you be
Hmm.
at a bank, whether you in information technology as it relates to a technology company, whether you in a historically, um, I don't want to say archaic, but when you in a legacy company, like let's just say for example an automaker, but then they transition it into the technology space, it's
Hmm.
really a small space as far as it's not small, but it's a small space in a who's who. So I'm
Yeah.
familiar with who's who, and I know what's going on. But a lot of
Yeah.
people, I don't listen to these content creators no more because they don't know shit, bro.
And that's one of the reasons why what attracted me to your content, because so it's like you mentioned something like a couple weeks ago on one of your live streams. You said something about be careful who you associate yourself with,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And I know, like, being in the industry, not just the tech space, but I've been in the entertainment space for 22 years. So I know how it gets down behind the scenes, right? And so
Mhm.
when I see certain people talking, I'm like, oh yeah, you're bought and paid for. Okay, now I know.
Yeah. I
Basically,
know a lot of people. I just did an interview with my dog Boom Man, and Boom Man is actually a part of the music industry. He's been a part of the music industry since the early 2000s. And then
mm,
it's funny because people was hitting me up like, man, how you know Boom? I'm like, man, Boom is my guy. You know what I'm saying? But you start to find out that it's a very, very, very small space. The higher up you go, the more you become
mhm.
more familiar with a lot of the different people that's happening in the streets. But I don't want to hold you up. Let me, because we'll be talking all day. So all right.
Yeah, no, this is good. But I'll try to stop by more often. When you're doing these live streams and stuff like that.
Yep. All right, bet. That's what's up, bro. All right, my friend.
Later. Bye.
All right. Shoot. I got to do a couple more things, and then me and my daughter about to have you can't even say lunch. You got to say dinner. Leslie. Les. You ready to have cupcakes? Okay. All right. Let me read some of these super chats, and then I'm gonna get y'all up out of here for the day. You said what, baby? Okay. Jay Dunoir says, unfortunately, we black people so desire to be validated by white people. Navy Federal is not the only bank, but these black applicants act like it is. Facts. Facts. That's a fact. Black Silverchair in the building says he broke up his home, Anton. He trying to run now. Y'all talking about Mr. G. Queen says she didn't fit the new image. That's it. That's all. I believe in loyalty. I do believe in loyalty to a sense. Bro broke his home up over nonsense. Y'all said it, not me. Anton, he was busting down a hoe and he lying. Black Cartwright said, not this fool in Japan again. He calling every week. Sam the God says, this dude is a cornball in stilettos. He had a bad B with a deep voice. Anton doing y'all a mess. What's up, Yvette says, AD said, I'm a bill you to get that time and my life back. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. Listen, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm about to hang out with my daughter. Darius says, can I have one more call? Yeah, Darius. I'm going to turn on the link for you. Go ahead, call in, Darius. I'll take your call real quick. Give me a second. Let me see. I got you, Darius. Hold on. Because I love the people. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Give me a second. And Darius, what up, though?
How you doing, sir?
Chilling. What's the word, bro?
Can you see me? I'm on camera.
I can see you. Do you want me to put you up on camera?
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, let's see what you're talking about first. What's happening? What's the word?
Okay, sir. So I was gonna say, as a 21-year-old, I was gonna say I appreciate your content, man. You know what I'm saying? Um, it helps me a lot when it comes to like my life. Basically, revolves around strictly fitness and business, and anything I do things I don't really care for, to be honest with you, sir. But
Where
I do have.
you in the military?
No, sir. I'm a power lifter. I compete.
Where you get all of this
I
respect from?
What you mean?
Sir, all of this stuff? Who taught you that?
My parents, sir. And plus, with me doing business, I've been in business meetings and everything like that. Respect goes a long way, and I like to show
I like you.
integrity, and you
I
know what I
like
mean.
you.
So,
All right, so what's going on? What's the word?
appreciate you, sir. I am. I have. I'm basically in a situation. Um, with me, I'm building. I'm building three things at one time. I feel like I'm spreading my eggs across many different baskets, and I'm
I'm gonna
trying to
pull you
decide.
on. I'm gonna bring you up. Go ahead.
Okay, got you. I feel like I'm putting all my eggs in multiple baskets, and I don't know if that's the right decision, but I'm gonna get into detail. So for one, the first basket is I post gym content. My biggest thing, my biggest dream is me owning my own gym brand. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to post content, post reels, post TikToks, and funnel it to my gym brand. Um, I don't know what specific product I want to sell yet in particular, but what I do want is an organic core audience on social media. That's number one.
I like it.
Number two, what I wanted is with me building my e-commerce skills, I was drop shipping. I've been doing it for like a year, some change now. It's been doing really good. I've learned a lot of digital marketing skills, but at the same time, I started very wrong, so to say. I didn't really have the knowledge that I knew now last year. I was funding it based on my personal credit card. Um, and I was like, when I was coming to ads with Facebook ads, I'm very talented with Facebook ads. Um, I was running out of like capital in my credit card to scale,
Mm-hmm.
so I opened up an LLC with Navy Federal. And due to me having good credit, and I've been building good credit throughout my whole high school years, my credit score is now a 761. They
Mm-hmm.
approved for 15,000. Um, but then with me building my own gym brand and everything like that, I got all money out and not enough coming in, sir. I'm not in
Okay,
college.
so let me back up for a minute.
Mhm.
First, give me your social media so we can shout that out.
It's WN period Darius, Darius, and then I
WN period.
W.
That's what you
Yes,
want on Instagram
yes, sir.
and TikTok.
TikTok is wavy.darius. WN Darius was taken already, so it's
Okay.
wavy.darius. I'm thinking about changing it, but because I know having multiple social media names is kind of bad for marketing or whatever. But I'm still in the works of that right now. But that's what I've been doing social media wise.
Okay.
Um, Throughout the time of me doing drop shipping, and here's the situation I'm in right now. Throughout the time of me doing drop shipping, um, like I said, I had all money out going towards the ads and no money coming in. I started a side hustle with window cleaning, and I found that on TikTok, little side hustle, little low money, and I was doing really good, like really, really good.
With the window cleaner.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was going door to door. I was going 500 doors a week, just going in, busting down the houses or whatever. So on average, I was getting it done for like 200 for an hour and a half of work.
Mm-hmm.
And this competition that just passed, I was basically prepping for it. So my performance in the gym went down. Like I said, I'm very passionate in the gym. My performance in the gym went down because I wasn't getting enough sleep. Um, then my competition ended this past Saturday. I won it. I won first place in best lifter, but now I'm in a predicament where um, do I go all on in the e-commerce, which was making me like was I'm not getting any money in, but I know my return will be way better, or
I don't like
do I?
drop shipping. I
Why
just
you say
don't
that?
like. I don't think that you should get away from e-commerce. Listen, this is what I like to do, right? And I'm gonna give you one of the things that I give some people sometimes, depending on whatever state that they're in. Whatever the businesses are that I'm involved in, or whatever it is that I'm doing in order to make my money, it's a 3-tier system. It's the tier that you use in order to be able to feed yourself today, which obviously that sounds like the thing that the window cleaning, and I don't know if you're still doing it or not, but that sounds like that. And then it's the
Yeah.
second tier. The second tier is the 3 to 5 year view. So that may be the thing that you're working on, and it may not necessarily be as lucrative, or it may be a hobby that you're eventually trying to turn into a business, so on and so forth. But that's the thing that's going to bear fruit sooner rather than later. And it may be the thing that you may be able to really capitalize off of nearer slash longer term. And then obviously it's the tier 3 that's going to be the 10-year view. So I'll give you an example, both from the perspective of how I've done it in the past and how I've done it now, right? My one tier obviously is whatever it is that's generating the revenue, right? That may be your regular job. It may be
Right.
the business that you're doing well off of, but now you don't necessarily have to live off your regular job because you know, it generates enough revenue. So then you start to pour money into whatever it is that you got going on in your 2-tier system. The 2-tier system could be a business, it could be a hobby, it could be anything, right? But it's the thing that you ultimately want to either sell, get out of, or the thing that's going to make you a lot of money long term. 3-tier, for example, let's say 9 years ago was YouTube, right? Because I believed and I always said that YouTube was going to be a 10-year thing for me, and then I was going to revisit it 10 years later in order to determine whether or not it actually worked out for me. But it wasn't anything that I was dependent on or I was generating revenue from. Now, today, my tier 3 is long-term real estate because 9 to 10 years from now, I anticipate having 50 homes that I built or whatever like that that's completely paid for, that based off of my projections can give me the equivalent of over $100,000 a month which would allow me to really be able to maintain $100,000 a month lifestyle for the rest of my life, right? The second tier is certain businesses that I'm a part of. And the first tier is a combination between all of the different businesses that's bringing in all the revenue that's allowing for me to fund the thing that I'm going to do 10 years from now. So based off of what you told me, right, you said that you wanted to build a brand that's long term, basically allowing for you to really tie yourself to your gym, own your gym, or whatever. I don't think that that's your brand. I think that your brand is your journey, right? Which means that the social media is important for you, but it's not necessarily the thing that you need to tie yourself to as far as a specific thing for that brand. One of the things that I wanted to make sure of, and I had a bunch of videos that went viral. My first viral video was the Pontiac Silverdome, and that did like 750,000 views. I had a video that did 1.7 million views or whatever, so on and so forth. But a lot of it was tied to urban exploration or me going around and seeing what's happening in the city. I didn't want to be pigeonholed because I didn't want my audience to depend on me to do that. I wanted my audience to make sure that they was rolling with me regardless of whatever it is that I was doing based off of my lifestyle. So I'm into relationships. I can teach people how to move within a relationship. Thus, that's some of the things that I talk about. Lifestyle as far as traveling or whatever, so on and so forth. They take that journey with me. Money, career, business, real estate. That's the thing that I'm into. So what I'm telling you is that you need to continue to nurture your social media, but you don't want to necessarily tie it to anything in particular. The people need to roll with you because you great. Not necessarily just because you a gym guy or just because you was into this or just because you into that. The greatest content creators and the greatest media people, because it's going to be very lucrative for you long term, you still young. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about getting rich right now. Don't worry about whether or not your financial state. You got the rest of your life to be great. You got the right mentality. You're going to get it. You got the work ethic. You're going to be fine. Your problem is going to be making sure that you don't necessarily take those little quick hits, wins, dopamine hits, a video that you might do that go viral, and then depending on that in order to continue to build an audience. You don't. You have to be authentically you. You got to bring people along for the journey. They need to understand your ups, your downs. The reason that they're going to rock out with you is because you're authentic. And then whatever you're doing at that particular time, your audience is going to evolve with you. Whether you in the gym, I'm winning this competition. You know what? I don't feel like going to school right now. I'm quitting. You take your audience along the journey with you. They're going to roll with you, and that's the thing that they're going to follow you based off of, and that's how you're going to grow your authentic audience with you. It don't matter what you do. If I quit my job today and I said I wanted to go and live in Antarctica and I just documented it along the way, my people coming with me. Because they if I react to something or something happens out in the street, or let's say, for example, I don't know, what just recently happened? Diddy, right? Diddy just had his little scandal with Cassie. People tuned in to see what I was going to say about it, not necessarily to hear about the news about Diddy. I'm not a news outlet. I'm a person that gives you my perspective based off of my life experiences. You have to build that audience based off of your life experiences. So yes, do the thing that generates revenue now. That's your tier one. And then work on, and then you're going to continue to modify, because a business idea may not necessarily work. You may not necessarily go into this particular thing, but it may create an opportunity, or you may realize something that hit that come as a result of whatever it was that you was doing from a business perspective, right? You know what I'm saying? So continue to nurture the business side of you. Don't worry about the losses. Everybody take losses. I don't know anybody that's been incredibly successful that has not taken a loss. But then along the way, document the journey and then bring your audience around with you. Don't worry about the views. Don't worry about how many followers you got. Just continue to evolve and create great content. You know what I'm saying? Document the journey. It's not about the gym. It's not about whether or not you work out. It could be a whole you could, oh man, I'm tired of the gym, and then get fat and then lose and then get it back or whatever. And people want to see that because they want to see the human side of you. You know what I'm saying? And then leverage whatever your talent is to bring in your audience. Maybe your talent is going to be, okay, the thing that you bring them in may be the looks, the gym, the fitness. Yo, I'm taking my shirt off. I'm fucking Hulk Hogan or whatever. But then they might be tuned in. I know women going to tune into you, not just because that's the thing that's going to attract them to you, but the thing that's going to keep them is the thing that you talk about as it relates to it. It's going to be your thought process. It's going to be the way that you communicate. Oh, man, finesse them hoes. Oh, man, I'm having relationship problems. this girl dumped me or whatever and all of that shit, they gonna tune in for that shit. They gonna watch the muscles, they gonna look at the smile, and then they gonna hold on to it and they gonna keep following you because they want to know what your next journey gonna be. And they gonna imagine themselves rocking out with you and then wanna see what it's gonna turn out like long term. You know what I'm saying? That might be your brand, but you gotta continue to bring them along with the journey. You know what I'm saying? So it could turn
I feel
into
like
something. My man Yakari just said it in the chat. It could turn into motivational speaking. It could turn into entrepreneurship. I know one of the people that I've always followed was Mike Rashid. I discovered
but
Mike Rashid. Go ahead, go ahead.
but here's the thing though, like I basically like I'm starting off with the gym, yes, right? But basically what you were saying would evolve into like a personal brand, not strictly gym, but me. I'm slowly evolving into like, part of my 5-year plan. So like going into next year, I throughout my e-commerce journey and whatnot, right? I've been networking with so many people, like just so many like going to meetups and everything like that, just networking and getting all the information. And I mean, it's taught me a lot. Like, not everybody's your friend, yes, and also just building mental toughness. I just like I'm just having troubles. Like, okay, so
Yeah,
this is
what
like
what
real.
is the troubles? That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, so the troubles now, right, was because going into 2024, what I was strictly going to do I was strictly my plan was to do ecom,
Mm-hmm.
dropshipping pop off, and then I'll be able to leave my current job that I'm working at now, which is that we target, and that way I can have the window cleaning at one side and I can scale that up. I know I can scale up my window cleaning business for a fact, 100%. None of these.
What kind of calendar do you use though?
What do you mean? Oh, my
How do
Notion
you
stuff.
manage your time?
Notion.
So
Yeah.
how was your time divided? Like how do you block off your time? Because
Uh,
right now you ambitious, but part of what success is being able to compartmentalize to how you allocate time to do what. So let's just say, for example, you got the window cleaning thing, you understand it, you can scale up and all of this other type of stuff. Well, how do you fit in all of the different ideas and the things that you want to do when it's only 24 hours a day and you got to sleep for 6 or 7 of them?
okay, so what I had was so I go to work 4 in the morning, right? So let's
Mm-hmm.
start for the. I'll go to work from 4 to 12. As
Mm-hmm.
soon as I go to off of work, I'm going straight to the gym. Take me about 12, 15 minutes to go to the gym. So from twelve
How many
fifteen,
days a week are you going into work?
it how many days a week? Five, five.
Okay, got you. So you don't have no,
5 days.
you're not working on the weekends?
Oh yeah, I do work on the weekends. Yes,
Okay,
like
go
so.
ahead. So you in the gym.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll be 12:15. I'll be in the gym till like 3. That'll have enough time for me to record all my content and also send my videos to my powerlifting coach as well. After that, I'll go on my Notion calendar. Sometimes I'll also go on my laptop. I carry my laptop with me. I'll go look at my lead campaign, do follow up calls with the people that filled out for the window cleaning. If no one's interested for that time being, or if I haven't got any leads for that day, or I don't have an appointment already scheduled, what I would do is I'll start doing the e-commerce drop shipping and then also taking notes down and doing all my other type of stuff. So that's
So
basically how
what
I'm doing
time
my
you leave the gym? What time are you leaving the gym?
3.
Okay, 3. Then you making phone calls, and then what time do you actually perform the window cleaning?
It depends on what time I have scheduled. So I'll always have it since I leave at 3, I'll always schedule them for like 4 or maybe 5. Because at
Uh,
the same time, if I do any time later than that, I don't get enough sleep for the next. Oh, excuse me. I don't get enough sleep for the next following gym session tomorrow, and also I got work at 4 in the morning, which is why
okay,
I
so
put.
here's my question though.
hmm,
When do you post your content?
I posted basically the next day. It could be the next day, every morning. I don't have like a specific time frame.
How often
Of
do you post?
I would say I'll post out of the month. I would say probably 15 plus times, but I don't really do by the week. I don't For my creative process, I don't like the spam videos. It doesn't really feel authentic and it
What
doesn't
is
really feel
spamming? What do you mean? As
like
long as it's quality content, it's not spamming.
But that's okay. So let's have this conversation, right? How can it be quality content if you just spamming multiple videos out? I
But
just
why
speak
are
from
you
my
spam?
perspective.
I don't understand. Listen, you got a
Okay,
phone.
right.
You create content every day.
Yeah, but the thing is that even though when I be creating content, like I'm recording my lifts, but just because I record my lifts, that doesn't mean that that's specifically
Why are you
content for
just
that day.
recording your lifts? Why you not record? Why you not documenting your thoughts?
Are you saying like thoughts throughout my lift session or thoughts throughout my whole entire day?
Your day, listen, your wherever it is that you doing throughout your day, that's your set. Your set is whatever it is that is in the background that then allows for you to be able to communicate your thoughts. I vlog every day. I could be at the gas station. I'll be downtown walking. I'll be in the crib and inside of my lounge. I'll be, you know what I'm saying, at a restaurant. I'll be at a Pistons game or whatever. That's my set. My background is a space where that's where I'm recording my content. What I'm giving people outside every day is my authentic thoughts based off of what my life. They're following me in my lifestyle, but I'm also communicating to them my thoughts, which then have them. It gives them a vested interest in my success. They want to see my wins. They want to see my losses. They want to see what I'm going through. They want to see what the issues is. They want to be able to give me advice, and then I interact with the chat. That's not spamming content. That's quality content. Quality content is when you authentically communicating your thoughts and you add value into people's lives, or you bringing them along for the journey. If you just lifting every day, and that's the end of it, then yeah, that will be a spam because that's all you're doing. But what are your thoughts? What are you doing? What are you lifting for? Are you setting up for a competition? Are you down? Do you not feel like lifting today? And you communicate that when you wake up in the morning. Like all of those things are the things that you need to be doing as far as bringing people along for the journey. Your life is a movie.
Okay.
They should be watching your movie. All I do is I grab a phone and I'm cooking. Every single piece of content that I do is on this. This is how I record my content. That's it. I get a gimbal, I'm literally recording on an iPhone. This is an iPhone that I'm live streaming on right now. I throw that mug in a gimbal and I'm rocking. Literally. That's my content. And I document this shit. And everywhere I go, I make sure that you know what I'm saying, I'm taking it with me here. I show you a picture of what it is that I'm recording on. This is my set right now. That's what I'm live streaming on right now. My life is the movie. I went and picked up a new Porsche. I just finished that. I document everything. Everything. And my life is authentic. When I have problems, when I have issues, you're going to hear about it.
Okay. So basically, when it comes to the personal branding, instead of focusing strictly around the gym, focus it on
No,
me.
you need to focus it on no matter what you're doing. You
Okay.
keep focusing on what your personal brand is to be authentic. And people don't give the audience enough credit for being authentic. Your personal brand is to be authentic.
But is it not being authentic? Okay, so now I'm confused. So if you're saying my personal brand is about having a personal brand is about being authentic,
Mm-hmm.
my journey throughout my gym, like throughout my whole gym journey, 'cause I've been going to the gym for 8 years. So
You
isn't
should have
that
been documenting it from the beginning.
I have? That's what I'm saying. So, but the thing
So
is,
that you've been posting that regularly every day about what it is that you've been doing?
no,
Then you
because
ain't
I don't.
documenting it through the beginning.
Okay, okay.
What's the point? What's the point in doing it if everybody can't join you? Bro, you are the Truman Show. Like, why wouldn't they be? Listen, you can go back 8 years from now and look at where I came from and see what the transition has been. The whole time. My life is the Truman Show. If I'm gonna be into if I whatever it is that I'm gonna do, I'm doing it all the way. I'm going 100%.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm gonna commit to it, I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna miss. When I live stream on the Millionaire Morning Show, I have not missed. Not one morning do I miss. No matter what happens. I'll be doing transactions. I'll be having fucking corporate America be pinging me. I'll be having deals going through all at the same time or whatever, but I don't miss. If you gonna do it, then go all the way with it. Because now it's more fierce and it's more competition than ever. And what I've learned is that is with 8.5 billion, 9 billion people on this earth, I don't have to have all 9 billion people following me. I just need to find my tribe. And my story is going to resonate with people because I'm going to be authentic. And so I'm not trying to sell them my image. My image is my life. And I think that's one of the things that people forget is that they keep saying, well, my brand, you are who you are. I see fat holes every single day build an entire brand off of eating fucking chicken. I know you can beat them. And you know why they build a brand off of eating chicken? Is because they resonate with a group of women that fucking want to eat chicken all day. So you need to leverage the fact that you are who you are. You're a respectful young man. You probably come from a good household and a good family. You probably document the journey. You're gonna be rich as fuck one day, but people want to see how you got there, and that's for them.
Yeah.
That's for them.
Okay.
They want to see how you get in there, and that's how you build your audience. That's how you resonate with the people because it's a group of people that want to see where you're going, and they got a vested interest in seeing how great you're gonna be.
Yes, sir.
Live your life authentically. Yo, I work here, man. I'm tired of fucking working at Target. My supervisor getting on my man. I seen a dude that was slanging packages, and he was documenting his life as he's slaying packages for Amazon. And he would put in these wild contact colors, and he would always be lining up his hair inside of the truck, and people be talking about the fact that he always trying to line himself up inside of the truck. He built an entire platform off that shit, and the dude got a whole following off of it. It's dope. It's dope. I wanted to see him because I was interested when it came across my timeline of how he, because he built the brand off of the fact that he was one of the fastest people to be able to deliver packages off of Amazon. He's evolved past that now. But the reason why I tuned into him and I had a vested interest in seeing what it is that he was doing is because I wanted to understand what the life of an Amazon driver was like. It's simple as that. He built an entire brand off that shit. It was crazy.
Understood. Okay, so I'm a transition into that because when I was first posting it when I was first posting, it was strictly like I'm gonna make this a fitness page. But by the way you're communicating it to me, instead of it being strictly a fitness page revolving around strictly fitness stuff, you need to be
Don't
strict.
pigeonhole yourself, bro.
What happened?
Don't pigeonhole yourself.
Yeah, that's what I was about to get to. Yeah, like so take instead of it just being that, make it more of who I am instead of just a part of who I am.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Now, and I appreciate the advice there, and I appreciate your time and everything like that. Now going into my second question, the last question. I know you got things going on and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Going into the e-commerce, um, should I? Because I was making, like I said, I was making good money with the window cleaning and everything like that. But I put it on hold because what I didn't want to do was spread myself too thin. I
Mm-hmm.
was saying to go all in with the e-commerce.
Mm-hmm.
That way, once that pops off or everything like that, like there's no certain time frame, of course, but I'll be putting in work every single day. Um, I be journaling out my process every single day throughout the business. I feel like it helps me mentally, making sure I'm on the right path and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
E-commerce pops off, then I'll be able to leave Target, and then I'll have the window cleaning plus the e-commerce going side by side. Or should I just do both now?
If I'm you,
But I
I'm
feel
just
like,
gonna focus on being great at one, and then the other one is gonna be my side chick.
yeah, that's okay. Okay, but if the window cleaning is the side chick, right? You still gonna pipe the side chick from time to time, ain't it? So like,
I mean, the side chick is when it's convenient for me, though. It's not the thing that I'm focused on. I'm still gonna nurture it. I'm still gonna be consistent with it. I'm just not necessarily gonna. I'm not gonna I need to be. My thing is always be great at one thing first.
Right. Okay. So does that mean in my circumstance, you would still continue doing it, but just don't put as much effort into it until the main thing is going? That's my whole goal is. Like my whole like
I know
look,
what.
I
Hold
think
on, let me show you what this guy's name is. This dude's name is Sir Cruz. This
I know.
guy's name is Sir Cruz. You know who Sir? Well, okay. He's a content creator, but I found him because, and let me see if I can find it. Hold on one second.
That's you with the waves, ain't it?
He got no, he got like braids or something like that. But let me show you how this dude marketed himself. See if I can pull it up. This is him. And I discovered this dude because he was an Amazon delivery driver. And
Anton, he used to have a wave channel. He rebranded himself. I used to
well,
watch it
there
on
you go. Yep, he sure did. Top 10 chat. 4 years ago, he was doing 360 waves.
Yeah.
And now the dude, he turned into an Amazon delivery driver. And that's what he started doing. And the dude used to talk about how he hustled doing Amazon. And he built an entire brand. He got 667,000 subscribers now. I discovered him like this. There's no way I was ever going to watch a video for him as far as waves. And this is what he do. And then he get on the Amazon truck, he talk junk, and then he wind up lining himself up. And that's what he do. It's so dumb, but it's so smart at the same time. Because I'm like, what the hell is he doing? But he learned how to separate himself from the general pack by actually being authentically who he was, and he merged it with his lifestyle. And he out there running around tossing Amazon packages. And I'm like, what the? So then I'm like, man, because I'm always interested in how people brand themselves. You need to just be authentically you, bro. You are uniquely you.
Understood, sir.
All right?
Understood. All right. And also, if would it be possible for me to substitute the target job? Let's say if I'm making is more than enough money on window cleaning, the substitute target.
Do you have to pay for housing? Do you have to pay for your own house?
I'm currently the only bills that I have currently. I live with my parents right now. I just been basically working. They know I'm hard on the
I wouldn't even
business.
care about fucking Target, bro. I would be all in on what, like, you'd need enough to be able to live and feed yourself or whatever like that. You 21, right?
Yes, sir.
You're supposed to be fucking broke, bro. Like, this is the time where you figure out you can always go and get a job at Target or Walmart or whatever. You can always go and do that. Like, that's not going to be nothing. And so I'm not telling you to quit, but I'm telling you, you need to focus on the thing that you want to be. You need to dress for the job that you want, not necessarily for the position that you got.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Take your bread and level up and pour it into the things that you really, really want to do. Bro, you only 21.
I mean, I'm hustling. That's why. I mean, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm grinding. You feel me? So it's just like I
Yeah, but it
just
has to be targeted for something. Like, you don't want to just work for the sake of working. You have to work, and it has to go into something longer term. Because you'll be working for the rest of your life if it's not intentional towards something specific.
and yeah, that thing specific is me running my own brand. You get what I'm saying? Like I wanna learn how to build a business
Then
from
do it.
scratch. But I feel like with the that's what I'm doing now. Like I feel like with the drop shipping, it's helped me become a better digital marketer. I've done website, done advertorials, I've done all that type of stuff, which is why I was able to do so good with the window cleaning because I made custom ads for the window cleaning, and I basically took over the market in Columbia and South Carolina. So it's like,
Yeah, but you ain't making
but
no
I
money
did,
from it.
but from what, the window cleaning?
No, from the drop shipping.
Well, yeah, but I know now that I'm not making no money from it. Yes, I mean my dad told me about it too. Like he's been saying like you're not getting no money from it, but I know that I'm not putting in some grind and some time into something for nothing. I know that my return from how many hours and how many days and how many nights that
What's
I
gonna be
put in
what's the return?
50K a day.
Not profit.
50K a day, 20% profit. And then
So you should be
anything I
you
want.
doing that now? You doing 20% profit?
No, not now. But that's what I'm striving for. Like I've been networking with everybody that's doing 100K months profit.
Oh, they got to show some receipts for that, big dog.
Well, I mean, it's on a Discord server. I don't know if I can like email it to you, but yeah,
No,
I've been
you ain't
networking.
got to do all of that. I'm saying for you, you make sure that when you getting information, you make sure that you actually getting real information from people that can show you receipts. There's a lot of people saying that they're doing a lot of things, but they can't show you shit.
Yeah, I mean that's true. But I mean, like that's what I'm saying. I've been doing it for a minute, and I'm actually in like a good, like paid entry server. It's like 150 a month, and we all just be in voice chats, communicating, networking, and everything like that. You get what I'm saying? So it's not like I'm just going to some freebie server and
Okay,
just.
I mean, do the thing that you think is gonna make the most sense long term.
Mm-hmm.
But just don't forget what the goal is. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget what it is. Build your brand along the way, and I think that you should talk about that. You got plenty of things that you just talked to me about, and which means that you got plenty of content for you to be uploading every day. Why you ain't documenting all of this in your thoughts?
I mean, I be documenting it when I be like journaling and stuff like that, but I haven't
No,
put
no,
it
no,
on
no,
social.
no, 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 no. Put that shit on social media, bro. Thank me later.
All right.
All right, hit me up, email me, man.
I mean, I have, but I know you be busy, so it's like,
Keep emailing
yeah.
me. So what? So what? If you, you know, I don't want to say this out loud. Um, when people want something, they figure out how to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Even me sitting here talking to you right now was based off of something I seen in the chat. You stayed
Well,
in the
yeah, that's.
back. You was on it. You sent me. You email me. You see me. I see your name. Yo, you got time for? Yeah, I got one time for one more call. Like it's persistence. Just keep going. Just keep doing it. Keep going after the
Well, yeah,
thing.
yeah. Yes, sir.
All right.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can hear me right now because
I
it's
can
like
hear
going
you.
in and out. But
I can hear you.
okay, yeah. I was staying persistent. That's why I was. That's why I typed it in the chat. Can you do one more call? And then you actually did it. I was like, oh, word. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So
You go
yeah,
after the thing you want.
yeah. But okay. Do you do? Like I said, I don't. I normally. You do this every Friday, sir, or no?
I do.
Okay, cool. It's gonna be a regular occurrence. So if you see my name, sir, don't be surprised.
All right. All right, big dog.
Have a blessed one. All right.
All right. God bless you, man.
All right. Bye bye.
All right, let me acknowledge a few more super chats and then I'm gonna get y'all up out of here. Pass the love offering from Brock. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Chris J in the building says, back home, never chaperoning a field trip again. Damn all that. If you're an educator, especially to the children, you have a friend in Chris J. Shout out to our chaperones. Dave says, this is the Millionaire Morning Show now. Millionaire Afternoon Show right now. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. All right, y'all. I do got to get up out of here. Me and my daughter about to eat cupcakes. I can't go all day. But what I will promise you is this. I'm strongly considering live streaming in the morning on the Anton Daniels channel, similar to what I did last weekend. So in the morning, probably about 9 a.m., let's live stream in the morning. We're going to see what's happening, and then we're going to play it by ear for Sunday, all right? So I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Rayshawn is in the building, says, the blueprint is already there. Take it and tailor it to your tribe will come. And that's a fact because Rashawn just built his own entire monster fucking tribe. Rashawn gonna be making more money than me one day. Real talk. All right, listen. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. I need y'all to do me one more favor before we get up out of here. Make sure you share this with your family and friends. We don't want to be successful by ourselves. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm going to holler at y'all later. Peace.